Hey everyone, Anark here, and this is another Anark live stream. So, this one may seem like it's kind of at a weird time given that I laid out a streaming schedule not too long ago, where I basically said that I was going to live stream every first Friday of the month. However, I have an event that occurs that night every single month, literally called First Friday, which I attend with Cooperation Tulsa. That event starts at around 5 or 6 p.m. And so when I do these live streams, on the same day as I should be going out to First Friday, it means that I have to kind of rush my afternoon. I have to, get on stream at a very specific time, and then I have to finish it by a specific time, and then I have to rush in between this and working with the organization. And I just wanted to eliminate that. So I'm going to start doing live streams on the last Friday of every month. So this is the first one of me doing that. Let's see. Are people here? People are here. Good to see you all. How you doing? Also, does my lighting look good? Because I tried to improve my lighting setup. Welcome, Long Defiant. What's up, Eric Gray? Yeah, but in other channel news. So other channel news is, so my part-time job that I do to fulfill, my income in order to make ends meet for a long time has been contract work. That contract work gets really intense around the end of semesters. So as the end of the school semester was just coming around, I was very close to burnout, or maybe not burnout, but I needed to rest. I can basically continue indefinitely through what other people might call burnout, but I just kind of like lose my passion and the detail and creativity of the things that I do just to kind of starts to shallow out, and I kind of start to put in the bare minimum. And I'm really trying to avoid that with the channel. I don't want the channel to ever kind of scrape down to the bare minimum. I want as much as possible for what I produce on the channel to be worth watching and fulfilling for viewers. So for the last few weeks, you might have been able to tell that I've not been really releasing major videos and even missed the Monday drops there a few times. And that's just because I really do need this period to rest. But semester's over, so I already feel myself rebounding and expect to see me kind of just return to the regular upload schedule here in the next few weeks. Other things, a Modern Anarchism Part 4, which is called Organization. The script is complete, and it is the longest script by far of any part in the entire series. It was a very deep dive into the concept of organization, which it may seem that I already covered in the previous parts, but I really didn't. This is me talking about the nitty gritty of how organizations are formed, how they hold together, and what their internal dynamics are. Utilizes things like a viable systems theory, like from Stafford Beer and cybernetics and stuff like that. And it sort of takes those frameworks into consideration in asking how we need to build a horizontal organization. What are the bare minimum? What are the necessities for any organization to hold together, not just a horizontal organization? How might horizontal methods meet those needs? So that's what Part 4 is about. The voiceover is the next step. I should say voiceover is the part I dread the most in the production process. It's hard to convey to everybody how annoying it is having to sit there and do take after take after take trying to get it right. Also, small things. If you try to record the voiceover over various sessions, the tone and tenor of your voice will be different. If any of you pay close attention, you can hear in my older videos, if you kind of go back, you can hear the difference in the tone and tenor of my voice. Part of that's because I had a different mic, but it's also because, like, it depends on what day or what time of day even that you record. So that's another annoying thing, because I'm also kind of a perfectionist when it comes to these big video essays. I'm trying to get them perfect as much as conceivably possible. So things like that, like the tone of my voice changing even makes the process take longer. But that being said, now that I have more free time, I'm finally able to open up days where I can just devote myself to recording as much of the voiceover as possible. I bet that part 4 will be over 2 hours, probably like 2.5 hours long, maybe longer than that. Hard to say. But I think it will be very effective and very comprehensive as an overview of organizations, and hopefully will serve to give people a grounding in a lot of older debates that have taken place within anarchist spaces about what organization needs to look like. But I think that's about it for that. Yeah, I don't think I have any other channel announcements other than that. I plan to continue doing this Anark abridged kind of lecture series until I have caught up with those major video essays: Power, Constructing the Revolution, a modern anarchism, parts 1 through 4, and possibly I might do a little bit of a coverage of After the Revolution. But yeah, that's what I plan to do. And then once I've got that finished, I'll probably just return to the Liberation in Action series. I should note, of course, that I can only do those in little spurts, because for me, history and current affairs is just not as engaging. So it doesn't really, it's not that it doesn't interest me. It's that that's not the place where my passion lies. So it's harder for me to produce stuff just about current affairs and history. You know, the video series that a lot of people know this channel for, The State is Counter-Revolutionary, was actually pretty exhausting to make. And by the end of it, I was very grateful to be done with it, no doubt. Reading the history of failed socialist experiments, not fun. Anyway, I think that's most of the channel update. Also, I just want to say, obviously, for reasons that don't even have to be elaborated, the channel didn't get very much, the Patreon didn't get very much growth this month. And that's because I wasn't releasing regularly, so that makes sense. However, if you'd like to supplement that loss that I experienced in my Patreon this last month, I'd really appreciate it. Either becoming a patron for any amount, like anywhere between about $2 to $20, or become a YouTube member. You do basically the same thing as Patreon, but there's a little YouTube thing that does it instead. You can see it below. Or obviously, if you just want to donate to the stream, that'd also be very helpful. But I think that's pretty much the opening spiel. Yeah. Oh, other thing I was going to mention, Cooperation Tulsa, we started a YouTube. Let me see. I got to go bring it up real quick. All right. Yeah, so Cooperation Tulsa now has a YouTube. You know, I actually had several people that were telling me they wanted to see the things that we were doing with Cooperation Tulsa. Like, they were like, oh, you should film it. You should show us what's going on. Little do y'all know, but on our social media, we're actually already doing that. There's videos that are released about every week to 2 weeks that just kind of summarize the progress we've been making with Cooperation Tulsa. Knowledge in Defense says, so what are we resetting? We are resetting my live streaming schedule. It's going to be now on the last Friday of every month from now on. Confused Lefty says, hey, Anark, I want to write theory in the future, but I feel like my understanding of anarchism and other political ideologies isn't very rigorous at the moment. So I want to start from scratch and develop a solid understanding of these topics. Where should I start from? Philosophy, political ideologies, logic, epistemology, or something else? So, I think probably the answer to that is going to be different for everybody, which I know is not super helpful. But for me, I'm very interdisciplinary. I find that I pick up useful things from almost everything I study, so long as I'm just kind of like wise in putting my attention in the right place. That is to say, like, maybe I choose philosophy and I say, okay, I'm going to read some philosophy, but I don't do like a shotgun approach. I'm very specific. I'm like, okay, well, what kind of philosophy is pertinent to the things I'm trying to learn about? And then I would try to read the right people in philosophy to give me the insights I'm looking for about the sort of the theory that I'm writing. So for example, let's say I went and I wanted to learn about, do more reading in philosophy. Right now, it would probably be Deleuze and Guattari. But it might also be like Camus because of absurdism and existentialism more broadly. Or it actually, these days, I might be reading about Stoicism or Buddhism, because those actually are pertinent to a video essay that I'm, currently writing. But then let's say, that isn't to make it out like, oh, that's just the only path I have to go. Well, like for example, in this last video, I was reading about science. I was reading about complex systems analysis. Why? Because it's extremely pertinent. So, if I want to go learn about science, I'm not going to just necessarily shotgun all of science. I'm going to learn what I think are the most important factors, the things that are most pertinent to what it is that I'm trying to write about. I would say that's just true with any field. If you're paying attention, you can take lessons away from almost anything you're learning about if you are consciously trying to derive lessons from it. I think that people get really sort of single-minded in that sense, that they think that if they want to learn about anarchist theory, that they should just constantly read anarchist theory. And I mean, I get it. That's pretty obvious when I say it out loud. But I just want to point out that if you're paying attention, lessons about anarchism are within everything. And I don't only mean this about anarchism, by the way. This is a much more broad, sweeping sort of worldview about learning than I'm even letting on here. I think this is true about learning about anything. Almost everything has kernels, has seeds of itself in other things. If you're paying attention, the themes of the thing you're trying to learn about are usually contained in other things you're consuming. And if you pay attention, you can learn from what they're saying and even often develop a critique of the things they're saying based on that realization. So looking for parallels, taking an interdisciplinary approach is really what I would suggest. And as you start to put together more and more information, more knowledge within the variety of these different disciplines, you're going to find that you're starting to have a more robust ability to reason about all of the other things you're now confronting. You have a background and reference by which to understand those things. That's my personal approach. And so, yeah, I mean, I think that if you're just trying to learn about anarchist theory, I would still recommend doing what I said there, but I would just start with what are considered like the staple texts of anarchism. Not because I necessarily think that that's going to be like your anarchist perspective, but it's just good to know what the basis of all of the main thinkers is within the current range of thought, because then that allows you to be like, oh, okay, this was considered the default perspective. This was considered, this is what a lot of people read to understand what being an anarchist was for a long time in history. And in doing so, then you'll be able to understand, you'll be able to contextualize eras of history by relation. So I guess that's what I'm really trying to recommend is this interdisciplinary approach. Don't be afraid to read things which might seem immediately a little bit off topic, but try to also do precision reading where you're choosing works that you think are pertinent to that which you're trying to learn about. I should mention that fiction also can sometimes fulfill this role. It's not only nonfiction that fulfills this role. Often I find that political themes and philosophical themes are still contained in a lot of fiction, but nobody's really picking up on it. It's kind of so deep in the subtext, in the background, the presumptions of the fictional story that people aren't really analyzing what leads to the author making these particular choices about the arc or the characters saying certain things or expressing certain beliefs and so on. So, yeah. Confused Lefty follows up, I get what you're saying. We should try to connect and generalize things from different disciplines, even if they seem unrelated at the surface. Yes. Yes, I think that's an important part of having an interdisciplinary perspective and actually doing it effectively. Thanks for the $1, Ilyuni. Dang, you hooked me up. I'll take it. I'll take it. I'm like busking over here. I'm like begging for change. Give me 25 cents, please. Sorry. Was that offensive? I don't know. RD says, the anarchists I know in my area are too obsessed with left unity slogan to the point they want me to play nice with tankies. I keep getting called sectarian. What should I do? Well, I would say they're expressing to you what the basis of their space is, and that's that they do believe in left unity. Insofar as you're in that space, you're probably going to have to kind of tread carefully because that's what they're saying is the basis of their space. That being said, I don't blame you for trying to tell them what's happening. And I think that insofar as that there are authoritarian leftists in your spaces that are doing things wrong, you should probably be their most vocal critic. But I would say in a general sense, you should probably just not yourself work with the authoritarian leftists. So I don't know if that means that they're in your group or whether they're external to your group, but everybody in your group wants to cooperate with them. But I would probably need that kind of detail as well. Dang, you just gifted 20 Anark memberships. That is so kind of you. I appreciate that enormously. And I will say, actually, a YouTube membership does kind of mean something right now. The YouTube membership, I've been uploading videos, like when I pre-upload videos that are like scheduled for days later, like I'll upload them on a Friday and they'll come out Monday or whatever like that. I actually set them to where they're available to members immediately. So members actually get to see videos which are scheduled to come out later as soon as I upload them to YouTube. So actually being a member does have a specific benefit. John Doe says, did you hear about the Trump verdict? I did. You know, part of me wants to see it as a win, but another part of me sort of recognizes that it may not make a huge difference. It really is going to depend on how this all pans out. I think the details of everything in the future are going to make an enormous difference to whether that matters or not. That is to say, everything's too contingent for me to decide whether that made a difference. It could be, for example, that it doesn't impact his approval rating at all, and conservatives double, triple, quadruple down on supporting him because they think he's like some kind of political pariah. If that happens, then I think ultimately made little to no difference. However, if he is impacted, then yeah, it might affect Trump's ability to get elected. I'm also under the impression that that's not all of the charges he's being charged with, that there is a variety of other charges that he's going to have to deal with that involve things more serious like sedition. That being said, yeah, I don't know. Like I said, a little bit too contingent for me to take away from that what is necessarily going to happen. Oh, and as the last, the 21st membership there, we've got Ultra Cosmic themselves. I appreciate it a lot, Ultra Cosmic. That's an enormous help. Because the thing is that, you know, I told y'all that I do contract work and it's big during the school semester. Well, that means that I'm making a lot less money during the summer. In fact, I'm pretty much just relying on Patreon and income from the channel in order to survive during the summer. So just keep in mind that especially when you donate during the summer or you become a patron during the summer, you become a member, whatever it is, that it helps enormously because those are going to be the months where I'm probably struggling to make ends meet. But it also means that I'm going to be able to spend more time working on the channel. So also just know that when you donate to the channel in any way, it's encouraging me to take more time to do the channel, that it's assuring me that there is safety in me prioritizing the channel over my other work. Because obviously, if it's kind of precarious, then I can't like fully commit to the channel. So I'm in this position right now where I'm still kind of got that secondary income, but it looks like I'm about to be able to fully kind of transition to just doing the channel. And that's thanks to y'all. I appreciate it enormously. If it were not for the viewers of this channel, I would not be able to focus on writing anarchist political theory nearly as much as I do these days. And I hope that that's, going towards the end of creating revolutionary change in society, that we're creating revolutionaries in this process. And I see from the comments, I see from the questions that y'all leave here that this is real to you. And that's what I like to see. This is not a LARP like it is for so many people. You're starting to really ask serious questions about how to transform conditions on the ground, to join and build organizations, horizontal power structures, which can revolutionize society. So many people in the audience of this channel are helping to build the new in the shell of the old. We're practicing prefiguration. There's so many people doing valuable work. So I really appreciate y'all being here. Knowledge and Defense says, one thing you forgot to mention in your video about the EZLN is their roots in Magonism, the Mexican version of anarcho-communism, kind of like how democratic confederalism is the Kurdish version of communalism. Yeah, that's true. And that's partially because I've only read a thread about that before. So I read somebody who is like a Mexican anarchist that was talking about the importance of the Magon brothers in the formation of EZLN and the transformation of the consciousness of the countrysides in Mexico. And I didn't want to bear forth too deeply on it because that knowledge is all secondhand knowledge. You didn't really read those sources like directly on my own. But the through line is basically that at the time anarcho-syndicalism was big, the anarchists were big on trying to organize the peasantry and the countrysides during the time of the Magon brothers. That means that their ideology, their conception of anarchism spread pretty widely, and it spread so widely actually that it kind of just absorbed into the cultural background of the peasants in Mexico, to the degree where most don't even really recognize that that's where some of those ideas come from. And they like actually venerate the Magon brothers. But if you were to ask them about anarchism, the average person may not even be favorable towards anarchism. So yeah, it's interesting, but it's kind of complicated. So I just didn't want to go off on a big tangent about something I hadn't read first generation sources on. Ultra Cosmic says, I considered moving out to Oklahoma to help with Cooperation Tulsa, but I could not deal with all the tornadoes. So instead, I want to either join or start my own sort of thing in Seattle. It'd be great if we had like a Cooperation Seattle. I don't know why that doesn't exist, to be honest. You'd think a city that big, somebody would have wanted to make a Cooperation Seattle. But yeah, tornadoes, it's something for sure. You kind of acclimate to it when you live here. And that's because the tornado is an incredibly scary event, but also it's pretty localized. So the chance that you're actually going to be struck by a tornado is not super high. It's just that if you are, that might just destroy everything that you value and you might die. So I could see how that's scary. Yeah, now that I say it out loud. But there's this weird sort of thing where when you live here, you kind of just get used to the fact that, oh yeah, probably though, it's not going to hit me. It's going to hit over there or something. Furthermore, when you're in the city, tornadoes rarely ever strike in metropolitan areas. They mostly strike in rural areas. That's probably just because of the wind flow, how it facilitates wind flow in those different places. But anyway, start a Cooperation Seattle. If you want, I'll just send you the charter for Cooperation Tulsa. But step number one is you need to find like at least one or two other people that want to help you start Cooperation Seattle. Chromium Bookmark says, Jesus, how many tornadoes are there? Oh, I don't know if you've not heard about how tornadically active Oklahoma is, but we're right in what's called Tornado Alley in the United States. So, yeah. That did not sell Tulsa for me. Yeah, no, there's tornadoes pretty much every spring and often in the fall as well. Okay, people arguing about Lennon now. Gotcha. Yeah, Eric Gray says, well, we get hurricanes down here in Florida. So, yeah, honestly, though, I've honestly sat around and talked to the few people here in Tulsa about tornadoes more generally, and we're all kind of like, yeah, but at least it's not hurricanes. Hurricanes are like tornadoes on steroids. Yet somehow people on the coast think that's normal. Oh, I just realized I have not linked this in pertinent places. I should probably link this live stream. Okay, so I linked it there. Also, does my lighting look good? I just invested in another piece of lighting. I think it might have made a difference. I think it looks good, right? Y'all probably can't even tell. Yeah. Oh, it does. Nice. Confused Lefty asks, which decade in late 1800s or early 1900s is the most comparable to the 2020s in terms of class consciousness and organization building? There have been several times where I've sat down and discussed this very question with with people who have a theoretical knowledge and some historical understanding. And after a lot of deliberation, we pretty much always settle in sometime in the middle to late 1800s. And I personally am thinking maybe more in the middle 1800s. I've had people reach out to me after the conversation and point to some detail and be like, yeah, bro, sadly, I'm thinking it might be more like the early 1800s. And that's legit. That might be true. It's kind of hard to tell because there are a bunch of people writing very radical things that look like they could be those foundations we saw in the early 1800s, which led to the radicalism and militancy of the middle 1800s and later the revolutionary potential of the late 1800s. But it seems like the overall radical consciousness of the population is not nearly as high. What we have is a very small, ultra radicalized portion of the population that is extremely militant and extremely active, but the majority of the population is really not active in any of these struggles. No bodies are being created which actually seem to meet the masses of people where they're at. Instead, what we have is radicals who are very separated from the movements of the masses. So now contrast this to, say, the middle 1800s. In the middle 1800s, there was a proliferation of things like unions and cooperatives, and even starting to be things like federations at significant scales. Nothing on not a global scale. We didn't have the first international until a little bit later, but even by that point, we were starting to engage the masses in the struggle itself, such that there was a lot of spontaneous action of the masses to create these revolutionary bodies. We don't really see that in the era we're in right now. Not to say that it's not beginning to happen, but I just want to note that it's mostly happening among radicals, right? So like most of the people who are watching this channel are radicals, people who already kind of have a radical ideology. A lot of them are organizers, as we've seen in the chat. And so that makes us part of this kind of militant minority, which is brought up in a lot of theory. The thing is the militant minority in a lot of these countries has done very little to actually bring their message to the masses. They've done nothing to actually engage the masses in the activity that would lead them to spontaneous revolutionary activity. And so that I consider to be our failure. And it's part of our failure to do this that is allowing, for example, the right wing to spread fascism among lots of average people, is because we are not there inoculating them against reaction. Instead, we just want to host protests, and we just want to have radical little affinity groups that are split off from the rest of society and don't do any work actually integrating with normal people. So I think that that will be what shifts us through the middle 1800s to the late 1800s, will be our ability to actually move toward mass action that is not just protests. And that involves all kinds of things, but it has to be the active construction of power structures. It has to be things that are actually going to stick, not this sort of stigmergic, chaotic thing where we just like put things together and they fall apart, and they put things together and they fall apart. That shit is not going to work. It never has worked. It never will work. So I think what's going to transition us through those middle 1800s, the late 1800s stage, is going to have to be us rapidly prefiguring these power structures and figuring out ways to actually engage normal people in what we're doing. Instead of trying to constantly signal to other radicals how radical we are, we need to start thinking about how it is that we're actually going to engage the average person in struggle to emancipate themselves from a system of hierarchy. Pyre DZN says, I've read Social Anarchism and Organization, and it's piqued a lot of interest for me, to the point of wanting to organize. Tips on socially inserting into movements with authoritarian leanings. I would say be really careful about doing social insertion into authoritarian organizations. To the degree I think that's only really, that's only really helpful as spycraft. I would say that remember that our place when we social insert into movements is only to be present to offer expertise, and when ideas are being presented, when people are trying to conceptualize how to move forward, we want to be that militant minority that is vocally trying to get people to move towards more radical solutions. And understand that in groups that are controlled by authoritarian leftists or liberals, that's often going to make you the bad guy. They're going to try to paint you as the bad guy. So you have to be kind of careful about it. I would say one thing you can do is be open about your allegiances. Don't hide where you're from, because then that makes you more like a spy, okay? You're not trying to infiltrate. Social insertion is not infiltration, remember. We're also open as we do social insertion. We let people know that we're here to offer assistance, to be a resource, right? And in that sense, you can always be that resource. You can always be present and try to coordinate people together to do radical action, to build and begin prefiguring. And I think that's personally, just my perspective, I think that's one of the things we should always be trying to do with our social insertion. You know, I think a lot of anarchists, when they hear about social insertion and they think about what its actual role is in revolution, they think that that means that they should socially insert and make people do spicier protests or be more militant and more, I don't know, violent or just more risky. But I actually don't think that's the case. Don't get me wrong. That stuff might be appropriate in certain circumstances. But I think that by and large, if we actually want to make an impact, we should be trying to encourage people to build permanent, either institutional or organizational forms, however you want to think of it, that are going to last and are going to be able to themselves build power in order to fight back against whatever the oppression is that social movement is based around. Because I guess that was a premise I just kind of assumed, but will return. And that is every social movement is going to be based around a certain premise, a certain issue that it's all about. And prefiguration is about finding what that constructive organizational solution is to people's problems, such that you're actually constructing this sort of permanent form that continually grows and perpetuates in opposition to the issue that they're facing. And if you can't build that permanent permanent form, then those revolutions are going to, or not revolutions, those revolts at best, or perhaps those protest cycles, those movements, those are going to peter out. And often they're maybe only going to get one or two things, but they're not going to get their long-term goals. Whereas prefiguration says we should think strategically. We should think about the long term. And as we think about the long term, that means that we should start thinking about how it is that we're not going to fight this fight in a year from now or 2 years from now, but 10 years or 20 years or 50 years or 100 years or whatever it takes. That means we have to we're required to create things bigger than ourselves, I guess is how I should summarize. And so I think that's the role that anarchists and libertarian socialists more broadly should be taking when they do social insertion into movements. Knowledge and Defense says, in your platformism and a specifismo video, you said not to join liberal organizations either. So what organizations does that leave us with, if not moderate and authoritarian ones? ANCAPs? No, I think that this is... I think that of all the things a specifismo ever wrote about, social insertion was the one that people probably understood least. And this is not by any means a jab to you, because I was just answering another question about social insertion. I think we often do. Keep in mind that social insertion is not infiltration. It is not spy work. Okay. Social insertion does not mean like joining an organization necessarily. Social insertion is about being present in the struggle of the masses. Okay. So most often that takes place through protests or demonstrations, but it can also take place through like direct action and civil disobedience in of a variety of forms. The idea is that in social insertion, we are not necessarily going and joining the organizations of those people, but instead that we are constantly making ourselves present and available, that we are there as an asset, that we are coordinating together with other people that are present, and we are building coalitions, and we are, once again, providing our expertise, our knowledge about how to organize to solve problems. Just to emphasize, this is actually something they really talk about a lot in a specifismo. That does not mean we join their organizations. It does not mean we join liberal and authoritarian organizations, because once again, that's infiltration or spy work. That's not social insertion. Social insertion is about being available and present within movements. And remember, organizations are not movements. Okay. Organizations are fish that swim in movements. And so when we are talking about social insertion, we're talking about being present in the movement, right? Black Lives Matter. There was a Black Lives Matter 501c3, but they didn't organize all those protests. George Floyd protests, nobody really was centrally organizing those. Lots of organizations present, but it's the movement itself that we're supposed to be present in. Pyre DZN says, it's tough, especially, oops, came right off the thing there. It's tough, especially when you're an awkward fella and movements in your area are co-opted by the PSL and DSA. This is why I'm going the route of trying a specific anarchist org from the ground up. That is almost absolutely what you need to do. Okay. I mean, I'll just say as like a broad prescription when people are asking for advice, if the PSL and the DSA has already taken over everything in your area, chances are really strong that your eventual solution is going to have to be creating a specifically anarchist organization. And if not a specifically anarchist organization, then a specifically libertarian socialist or communalist organization. But you have to create that counterbalance somehow. Okay. And that's going to look different for your environment depending on what kinds of ideas people might be amenable to. I should say for Tulsa, it looks like a cooperation Tulsa sort of formation is the one we need most. And it's the one that the most people are interested in being part of, that have those radical sort of libertarian socialist politics more broadly. And it's actually somewhat helpful, I think, that it doesn't just label itself as anarchist. It's known in town that lots of anarchists are in Cooperation Tulsa, but that Cooperation Operation Tulsa itself is more broad than just anarchism. So if what you find is that that specifically anarchist organization is not as appealing, I think that you should be able to flex into something that's more broadly libertarian socialist. Or if you're inspired by the thought of Murray Bookchin or Abdullah Öcalan or genealogy or any of that, then you might want to consider making a cooperation X. That might also be very valuable, but that's only if you're in the U.S. But you said PSL and DSA, so the only time I would say that it makes sense for me personally for you to join an authoritarian organization is that the DSA is just the default in a lot of cities, to the degree where you might actually find when you join or when you just go and you're present in the DSA meetings, there are already other anarchists and libertarian socialists present in the DSA. So what that means is that sometimes it can just be valuable to go there to meet other anarchists and libertarian socialists, precisely because a lot of them are probably in your situation where they're like, well, I don't know any anarchists or libertarian socialists. Everything's taken over by DSA and PSL. So I just got to join whatever. And they join the DSA. In fact, I mean, I should say, I was in the DSA at one point, like during the Bernie wave, I was in the DSA. And so if you would join the DSA during that period of time, you would have met Daniel. Okay. Like just to give you an idea of the sorts of people that might be present in the DSA at different points in its history. In a lot of places, the DSA is just the flat default. And so you should just recognize that, you might not want to like join and be like a really big active part of the DSA, but sometimes it might be a good place to socialize and find other people with like minds. And, not to be kind of encouraging duplicitous tactics, but you could in fact probably take some of those members and make them or help them find something that's more in line with their values, actually, create an organization, a cooperation or a specifically anarchist organization, and be like, hey, yo, are you also tired of the authoritarian leftists fucking everything up all the time? Cool, maybe we should just make our own organization and start from the ground up on this shit. If that's the case, if DSA and PSL have taken over your city, chances are strong that's what's ultimately going to have to be done one way or another. So basically, as I've said with numerous people here, that just means that you're going to have to find people, one or two other people minimum, that are going to help you create the organization. You can't do it by yourself. It's just not quite enough. But if you can find another person or especially like 2-3 other people, that can be a lot. But I just want to emphasize that starting an organization from the ground up is hard work, and you should be ready to commit yourself to not a sprint, but a marathon. Okay. I think this is what, in fact, let me just speak directly to my viewer base here. Organizing is not a sprint. It is a marathon. Don't burn yourself out. Don't just blow all your energy all at once. Because you think that, if we just go aggressive, that we're going to be able to get what we want. We can just kind of go back to chilling. That's not how this works, actually. The way this works is that you have to be able to continually, over the course of many years, come back to the struggle time and time again, finding new angles of attack, finding ways to survive and expand, and, internalize more power from society into your horizontal organization, and to slowly consume and metabolize the mega machine. That's not something that's just going to happen overnight. And therefore this sprint energy you got isn't going to do a whole lot for you other than get you worn out on the sidelines while everybody else continues the race. You have to have a mentality of that it's a marathon, and you have to always be asking yourself, what kind of things can you contribute if you had to contribute them over many years or decades? And if you start to think in that sense about, whatever I commit to these organizations has to be something that I'm willing to commit indefinitely, you'll start to think in a much more sustainable sort of mindset, because that's the actual truth of it, right? So this whole sprint energy ain't going to work out. It's going to get us a whole bunch of burnt out organizers. And I think this is part of the reason why that in the modern day, you find there are very few veteran organizers from the previous generations, that so many of them burned out or dropped out or whatever. It was because their idea of how this should all be done and what they needed to be done in the circumstance was all this sort of conceptualization of a sprint instead of a marathon. So start thinking of this as a marathon and not a sprint. Start thinking in the terms of decades and not months or years, which I'd be happy if more people thought in the terms of years rather than months. But Confused Lefty says, I agree with the anarchist critiques of economical reductionism, but I can't help but think that if we don't prioritize some hierarchies to fight against, we'll be spreading ourselves too thin. I think this is an extremely reasonable take to have. In fact, I think that it stands as probably one of the best critiques of an intersectional approach, is that it's possible it will spread us in too many directions. But I just want to emphasize that people who are most oppressed by any given hierarchy are just going to tend to organize against it regardless of how we might want to steer people in different directions. So for example, look at the George Floyd protests. It's not as if that would have been better off if we went into the George Floyd protests and steered it towards, just anti-capitalism by itself, just organizing unions. That wouldn't have really also solved the root of their problem. So what we have to recognize is that people that are most affected by given oppressions are going to tend to organize within those oppressions regardless. Black people are going to tend to organize against white supremacy. Women are going to tend to organize against patriarchy. People who are highly exploited laborers are going to tend to organize against capitalism, or we might hope so. But you get the idea. And so what we need to understand is that we have a part in all those struggles. It's not necessarily that we have to commit ourselves to organizing every single one of those struggles. I think you're right to think that if that's what we did, we would completely just run out of steam ultra fast, because you can't do that in that marathon sense that I just discussed, right? You can't marathon that many struggles for that long. What you can do instead is understand that you're sort of navigating a vessel. Your organization is like navigating a vessel within this intersection of many struggles, and that you just have a part to play in those struggles as they arise. It's not that, for example, every organization has to, actively be engaged in every single form of anti-oppression. You should, I would say, and this is kind of something I talk about in part 4 of A Modern Anarchism. It's not released yet, but in a part 4 of Modern Anarchism, I discuss that you should try to find out which struggles are most present in the area that you're in. That's going to depend on your demographics. That's going to depend on the proliferation of hierarchical power structures in your area. It's going to depend on whether you're in urbanized or rural areas. But you have to take your context into account. You have to ask yourself, where I am, what is the oppression people need to be organized against the most? And what is the one that there's already something kind of brewing on? And if you just continually take that question into mind, then you will be able to navigate all kinds of different choppy waters, you might say. You're going to be able to navigate the concurrence of many struggles. And I personally think that's how you manage your energies. You sort of prioritize what your foundational aspects for struggle are, and then you struggle with those people, the oppressed, when they are beginning to come together to solve their own problems. You come and you assist them in that process. You're an assistant to rebellion, you might say. So to give you an example of one way that I think this is embodied, take, for example, in platform organization. So a platform organization is an organization that has a basic platform you have to agree to that's generally semi-restrictive, that determines whether you can join that organization, but also that guides the actions of that organization. So let me give you an example of the principles that guide Cooperation Tulsa. That is direct democracy, anti-hierarchy, ecology, the solidarity economy, revolution from the ground up, and unity in diversity. You can see that this is a variety of different principles, and that these principles are all harmonious insofar as they agree with one another, but that they may be located more or less in different struggles. And it's not to say that, once again, that you're dealing with every single system of oppression all at the same time. It's that these principles guide our process of solidarity and the construction of power. So whether there is a movement present that we are going to pursue being active in promoting, radicalism within or not, we already have a set of principles that we are always going to be seeking to embody and prefigure with our organizational activity. So you take like a Cooperation Tulsa, for example, and you can see that these principles of ecology, the solidarity economy, and even direct democracy are always present even when there's not an active struggle, right? Ecology, that means that we need to constantly be trying to restore the environment as much as is conceivably possible and to rebuild our relationship with the environment. Direct democracy means that we always need to be trying to expand direct democracy. We need to be creating popular assemblies and having general assemblies by which people can interact with our group. The solidarity economy tells us, there's no struggle right now, build cooperatives, seed unions into capitalist workplaces. These principles give us guidance about how to act in the absence of that spontaneous horizontal revolt. And when that revolt comes, we want to be present to organize it as much as is conceivably possible. That is my general answer to your conundrum. I hope that was helpful. $5 from XJI says, the fact that you draw on the work of Lewis Mumford fairly heavily in your own is super cool and interesting. Have you ever read any Innes? I have not. When I hear that, I think Garth Innes. So that should just tell you what the level of my ignorance is. But feel free to link me something in the chat and maybe I'll go take a look at it sometime. The Foreigners Network says, how should we attempt to organize when it seems like no one around us is interested? I live in a rather peaceful, conservative neighborhood that maybe doesn't realize their oppression. I think you could probably just organize people around things that don't seem so distasteful to them. Ask yourself if you could start creating like popular assemblies. Ask if you could start getting together and creating, collectively owned community gardens. If you hear people that are talking about making a little business or something, encourage them to make a cooperative instead of a corporation. If you hear people that are like, maybe we're going to buy some property, encourage them to make a community land trust where they all own the property together. I think that these things have not yet been politicized. They're probably not going to recognize their radical components, and that this might be something very valuable that you could do within this setting, encouraging people to do these necessary things within conditions where they don't probably recognize that they have a radical thrust to them. Riley Alberta Strong says, what do you think of the philosophical question of free will versus determinism? Are you a compatibilist, a hard determinist, or a libertarian? And how does this fit into your political worldview? I've actually answered this question before, and I answered it at extensive length, so I kind of don't want to go at it again. But I will say in short, I'm a hard determinist. I studied too much physics to believe in the supposed wiggle room for the will, the free will, the freely, the free choice of any person to enact their special characteristics and desires. I don't think that's really how this works. I think we're all a product of everything that came before us, and that discreetly determines every single step. If there is any such thing, if there is like a direct connection between cause and effect, that it's determinism, period, all the way down. There's no room for free will. There's such a room for will, but will takes place within the boundaries of the mechanics of the universe. We have wills, and those wills are expressions of ourselves, but we can only express ourselves and act within the conditions that we've been framed within. Got a $20 donation from Sam. Sam says, I've seen multiple friends and comrades in the last 36 hours give literal local news interviews and being quoted stating, "This is proof the system works and no one is above the law. What the fuck is happening, Daniel?" The truth is a lot of people that you might think are very radical, when the system works in this sense, they have a lot of liberal biases, that they haven't evolved nearly as far as they think they have, and that a lot of the radicalism kind of boils down to sloganeering. This is not to insult these people because I don't know them personally. But I will say that a lot of people have more liberal biases than they think they do. I'm not going to say that, for example, I'm not glad that Trump was not guilty on those charges. It's good. It's at least a movement in the right direction. But you can see when people think this is going to fix the problem that they don't really understand how the system works. The fact that they can say this is proof the system works and no one is above the law really exposes a lot of ignorance they have. And probably it's not in line with their slogans, if I had to guess, that they're saying all the time otherwise. Eric Gray donated $5 and said, recommended reading, Black Autonomous Movements by Robert Salem Holbrook, and it can be found online in the Anarchist Library. I like how Eric Gray is just here all about the education. I love that every time you donate money, you're just like, this is for me to tell the audience to go read Black Anarchism. And I love that. I love that. That's fantastic. I'll just say that most of these that Eric is recommending, I have not read, even though I consider myself to have read a considerable amount of Black Anarchism. I think Eric's got me beat by country mile, as they say. Steve says, wasn't it the case that the Ukrainian free territory and anarchist Catalonia had some elements of representative democracy? For example, mayors and ministers. When you're thinking of anarchists who participated in this system of like electing ministers, you're thinking of the fact that there were anarchists who got elected to the Spanish Republican government. In the anarchist territories, they were not electing mayors and ministers, etc. It's that the Spanish Republic still existed outside of those territories, and so they ran for positions of government in those territories. And so there are such a thing as, there have been anarchist ministers. And but insofar as the actual system of government that they established, no. Now, some might argue that they tipped the scale away from delegation and toward representation, but personally, as far as I can see, it still remained delegation. It was always instantly revocable. Any person, any position could have their position revoked and the entire position either abolished or replaced at the whim of councils at the bottom. Seems like everything was still determined essentially by popular assemblies, even though, as I understand it, toward the end, there was starting to be a little bit more centralization of power and maybe some representative things that could be construed as representative beginning to take place that could have possibly developed into representation later. As far as the free territories, absolutely not. The only example I can think that anybody could say this about was that Nestor Makhno before, so he goes back to his hometown of Gallipoli. I probably screwed that up so bad. Makhno, Gallipoli. That's not, I just know that's not it. Oh, it's Julia Poli. Yeah. Anyway, it's in Ukraine. He goes back to his hometown. He's like, hey, it's time to do a revolution, y'all. We're ready to do this. And they're like, well, you should become mayor then. And he's like, no, that's not my thing. I don't really want to be mayor. That just kind of seems like, against my principles. And they're like, listen, we don't really care. If you want to be mayor, you can tell us how to do all this though. We think you're pretty sweet, man. So like, if you just were mayor, we'd all be pretty hyped on that. And he's like, all right. And so he got elected to mayor, and then he just started devolving all of the power of the local government. He started like dismantling the local government. He started devolving all of the power into assemblies of the people. I think he literally like opened all the prisons. And so that's the only thing I can think of where anybody could construe there being representation of the free territories. The free territories after, and that wasn't the free territories. That was still just Ukraine. In the free territories, there afterwards, there was like no formal system of representation by any means. In fact, my main criticism of what took place in the free territories of Ukraine is that it didn't seem like it had enough coordination. It seemed like it had a lot of military coordination, but it didn't have enough civil coordination. And I would say it's partially down to the fault of Makhno, who just thought people would figure it out on their own if there was no monarchy and no capitalists. But yeah, so I guess the answer is no. I don't know maybe if you can give me more detail, I could respond to it. Confused lefty, what authors are you referring to there? I don't know what you're getting at. Got 2 donations, both for $10. First one from Nord Prefect. And he says, what's your opinion on interventionism after the revolution? Would you advocate that a confederation intervenes militarily against a state that suppresses its people's rights? I guess my long answer is yes, my short answer is yes. My long answer is that probably wouldn't be where you'd want to start. You'd want to probably start by expanding at your borders. Like at your borders, you seed new popular assemblies and council bodies by which the people of those areas can govern themselves. And then you try to federate them into your federation. And by doing so, you expand the boundaries of your territory. Now, I bet there's going to come a point where you're going to hit the boundaries of that, and you're going to find like reactionary portions of their territory. Also, they might come into conflict with you as you do so. So I think that ultimately the fight between horizontal power structures and hierarchical power structures will always result in open warfare. I think that's where it ends up. But I don't think that's where it should start. I don't think we should start through military warfare in that sense. We should start by trying to expand the boundaries of our autonomous territory, and eventually they will probably attack back, in which case we will defend ourselves. And then we will be in the realm of war, and we make the decisions as people who are in warfare. But I think that military intervention is probably the wrong way to go. Instead, we should be trying to start by direct empowerment from the ground up in keeping with our principles. But also insofar as that's going to make it more effective. Freeing people from a hierarchical power structure does not mean that they're immediately going to try to put in place a horizontal power structure. However, if in those territories that you're saying need to be freed, you've begun prefiguring these horizontal power structures from the bottom up, then if the time came when there was a military struggle, then you're going to have a lot of allies amongst their people who are ready and willing to confederate with the structures that you've built. Eric Gray donates $10, and he says, personally, I plan on working on a framework for Black liberatory education that focuses on building an education to community pipeline as the negation to the school to prison pipeline. Yeah, that'd be fucking sweet. You should make like free schools that do that. Oh man, that would be so fucking sweet. Create free schools in like Black neighborhoods that teach Black anarchist literature. Oh, wow. That's the shit. That's what I want to see. I would love that. I would love that so much. confused lefty, Bichler and Nitzen. Yeah, but your comment was about, I'm confused. The authors give a better definition of classes which are suited to the modern world and avoid the mistakes of Marxists. You're saying, do Bichler and Nitzen give a better definition of classes which are suited to the modern world? Not as far as I can see. I don't think they've really concerned themselves with building a class theory in capitalist power. Instead, it seems more like they're trying to kind of do what I've been saying. You're developing a sort of landscape of power. You're understanding a landscape of power, how it becomes institutionalized, how it's has its peaks and troughs and its peaks and valleys, and why those take place, what power is based on, how it's formulated, to the degree where I don't see them really laying out classes very much. And you'll notice that in my work, I don't lay out classes very much. And that's because I think that as the modern world proceeds, it sort of dissolves and confuses or problematizes the class boundaries that we have set up historically. And I partially say that because a lot of people in a gig economy are moving into technically being petite bourgeois, and that's very unusual. I've seen some people try to provide a rebuttal to this, that you're not petite bourgeois if you work for in exchange for a wage. But a lot of people are not necessarily working in exchange for a wage. They're just providing a service straight to customers. So they're essentially selling a service. Take, for example, an Uber driver or a YouTuber, for example, somebody who self-publishes a book, somebody, any of these things. There's lots of examples of this taking place in the modern world. Nettis Moore says, could you comment on modern anarchist authors and philosophers such as Mark Passio, Larkin Rose, and Corey Edmund Indrulat? I've only heard of Larkin Rose, but they're an ANCAP, so that's not anarchist. ANCAPs are not anarchists. So I'm just going to assume these other two are also ANCAPs. Let's find out. This seems like it's all about, the occult. Oh, anarchy and the occult. Yeah, sounds like Passio is just another ANCAP. So once again, not an anarchist. And let's see, last one, Corey Edmund Indrulat, probably an abolitionist, huh? Okay, well, that's at least a good start. Let's see. Looks like I'd have to read a little more in here. Let's see. Yeah, I can't really tell just from reading summaries here. But yeah, if you're trying to read actual modern anarchist theorists, I'd recommend Lorenzo Camboa Irvin. I'd recommend reading Farge, Social Anarchism and Organization. I'd recommend Felipe Correa. I'd recommend Zoe Baker. Those are actual modern anarchist theorists. Two of the ones you just mentioned, they're anarcho-capitalists, which aren't anarchists. Confused Lefty says, so how do we identify who are oppressors and oppressed? Your distinction of people who make decisions and who don't seems promising, but I feel like it's very informal. I think it could be made pretty formal. In fact, formalized it quite a bit in A Modern Anarchism Part 4. It also is at the foundations of understanding systems and systems theory. It's actually like something very structural you can pick out. And I should emphasize that when I'm talking about people making decisions, the people who make decisions, the ones who carry them out, this distinction and how that's formed and how it gets distributed. This is at the foundations. Sorry. What I was going to say is I'm mostly talking about how structure works, right? I mean, obviously, I'm making the decision to raise this glass and then drink. But I did not make any decisions about the production of this glass or the production of the concoction that I have in here, other than I mixed the concoction afterwards. But it was a mixture of things produced that I had absolutely no say in. I didn't have any say in the production of the shirt or almost anything else in this entire room. And this is what I'm talking about. Structural decision-making, right? I'm not just talking about, the informal aspect of decision-making, which, that's all a pretty limited scope. There's just like a really loud noise outside my door. That's a pretty limited scope when you have lots of formalized decision-making taking place in society. Formalized decision-making is going to determine a lot of organization and coordination that takes place, and therefore the scale of informal decision-making becomes less and less powerful. It contains less and less the total power of society. And what I'm getting at with horizontal power structures is reforming who makes decisions and therefore who carries things out. How is delegation different from representation? Largely because the delegates are completely chosen. Their positions are molded by mandate of the people who are affected by those decisions. Whereas in representation, those people, the decision makers, don't actually carry out the outcomes of their decisions. In fact, the masses of people other than themselves, a small group of people, makes the decisions. A large group of people carries them out. So this is something you can structurally understand. However, this is kind of the important part. I actually think that part of what the struggle of class theory has been is that it focuses too much on the individuals and not enough on the structures themselves. I think that what's most valuable about Marxist class theory is that it then says, okay, there's these classes of people. Why are they in those classes? Because of their relation to the means of production. I think that's a good way to go about trying to answer the question. That's like the approach which is going to relate people to their privilege within structures. I think that's good. I just think that needs to be broadened out. But the problem is that once broadened out, all the classes begin to blur at the boundaries. And they overlap in extremely complex ways. So, for example, white supremacy is a real hierarchy in society. Yet, a black man who's extremely rich, like obscenely wealthy, experiences patriarchy white supremacy much less than a black man who is very, very poor. And that's because of the overlapping of all of these intersections. All of these hierarchies of oppression all confer particular benefits in particular circumstances. Yet, even then, we see that a black man in a rich neighborhood may still be called out by police as like stealing the house or stealing the car. Like we've seen videos of this taking place before, where some wealthy black man is in his own neighborhood and he's rich. Dude's going home to a mansion and a nice car, and police like pull him over and suggest that he's stolen the car or whatever, right? So we still see the presence of white supremacy taking place even among this very rich man. It's just a lot more muted by comparison to what poor black people might experience. And this is me looking at two intersections. I'm looking at one intersection, the overlap between white supremacy and wealth. If you then take this analysis and you fold it into all of the places where hierarchical power structures are present in society, you find that it is so astoundingly complex that you can't really just create particular groups of people that are overall more and less privileged. You can't rank everybody's oppressions anymore. Now you have to start thinking about the unique circumstances of everybody's particular situation, how they experience the variety of hierarchies that take place in society. And it might be said that in this understanding, hierarchical power structures, wherever they lie, are just meant to hold certain hierarchies of power and privilege in place. and that they hold them in place in this complex intersection so that nobody ever really gets to escape from the subjugation by the system. Everybody is subjugated by one hierarchy or another. And obviously you could say, oh, these people are multiply marginalized, as we often say. And it's certainly the case that if you're multiply marginalized, you probably experience the confluence of those hierarchical power structures worse than other people. But it's just to say that the thing we're actually all oppressed by is hierarchical power structures. This is a big part of the reason why in my work, I've boiled it down to this structural concept. Because once we understand the structural concept, we can stop worrying ourselves as much about what class of people, what group of people are the ones who are the beneficiaries and the ones who are tread under. Don't get me wrong, that's an important aspect. But you start to understand that it's what we're really all against, most broadly. The thing that brings us together, this revolutionary idea that we can all come together on, is the opposition to hierarchical power structures, because we are all oppressed by hierarchical power structures of different kinds. And therefore, if we could all come together on this one point, the opposition to hierarchical power structures, we would all simultaneously be freeing ourselves and one another together. I think that's the important part, because then you can see if you don't do this, if you focus on maybe one of these big all-consuming hierarchical power structures, such as capitalism, right? You leave out the component where economic emancipation may not lead to, for example, racial or gender emancipation. And you get these problems where you leave people behind. So what I'm suggesting is that we essentially develop an understanding among the people who are most oppressed, which is honestly the majority of people are very oppressed by hierarchical power structures. We try to build this agreement among them that they are trying to dismantle hierarchical power structures, and that in their place, they are trying to construct horizontal power structures that will go to war with all these hierarchies which exist. And that this is the uniting revolutionary message. And it's a message which could possibly permeate into a variety of different classes and intersections of classes, depending on the circumstances that they are in. It's just to say this. There is still a case, or all this is just to say, there is still the case that people that are privileged within one or another hierarchy, the more hierarchies they're privileged in, the more those people do kind of form a distinct class with its own interests. Okay, this is still the case. This doesn't change, right? It's just that it's a lot harder to work it out, and there's a lot more factors that go into it than in a simple economic class analysis. So I'm not super settled on whether we want to continue using this word class for what I'm describing, but I'm just trying to describe what my conception is, perhaps by contrast to this economically reductionist conception of classes. Sam says, for $20, Sam asks, Daniel, what do you think of my wife's first publication? I've not read through it yet, my friend. I regret that you gave me $20 to tell you that I've not yet read what you sent me, but I will certainly do so soon. Let's see here. Got another $10 donation from Ultra Cosmic. He says, so I've watched your content for about a year or so now. I'm just curious. You talk about how you have a job other than YouTube. Could you say what that job is? Also, what made you want to study physics? Yeah, I had not revealed what that job is just for simple, like, what do you call it? Like informational security or operational security. I just didn't want to make it easy for anybody who, developed some weird parasocial hatred for me to try to ruin my life. But as I'm coming to require that other job less and less, I think I'm more willing to tell you all that I have been a tutor for many years, and I tutor basically every subject. That's how I was making my money before the YouTube channel. And, it's actually a pretty good job overall. But I would much prefer to be doing a YouTube channel. And what made me study physics? I wanted to know how the universe worked. I wanted to know what the base laws and rules of the universe were. As somebody who just loves knowledge, I just love knowledge. I love learning. I feel like what I had to do was learn the basis for how everything actually functions. There's so much, debate and dispute in every single kind of intellectual community about how things work, and they don't start with the presumptions of what is actually proven to be how the universe works. What's proven to be how the universe works is physics. Physics is how the universe factually works, okay? And so what I wanted to do is ground myself in an understanding of how the universe actually works. Moreover, I kind of just fell in love with physics when I was young. I, in my early 20s, read a book called Big Bang by Simon Singh. Big Bang is essentially a comprehensive history of cosmology going all the way back to ancient peoples. And it leads us up through the theory, the Big Bang theory, Einstein's theory of relativity, quantum mechanics, and it gets us to where we are now in our understanding of cosmology. And it gives us an understanding of why we are so confident that the Big Bang theory is correct, or at least the inflationary model of the universe, whatever you want to call it. And so that was deeply inspiring to me, not only because I liked that it gave me an answer, but I liked that it unveiled how science is like this great puzzle to understand the universe at its core, and that we're all, insofar as we go into the sciences and we, conduct ourselves as scientists, we are all part of this game of trying to understand how the universe works, and we're putting together little pieces of it here and there. And that not only is it the ultimate puzzle, you might say, but the repercussions of the answers are enormous. Like physics, the revolutions in physics changed the planet. They're so radically transformative that the before and after is often completely different. And this is just part of this general theory about how knowledge production is actually what leads to everything afterwards, value production more broadly. But that's just kind of what made me fall in love with it. The universe is this great mystery that we want to understand. And physics is the only discipline that I can see that's actually doing the work of trying to understand it as it is and not as we would like it to be. And I got to say, going and getting that physics degree was very important for me. It transformed the way my mind functioned in a way which I think was extremely beneficial. And it gave me a grounding in how things are in the universe, just like what the basic rules are, like why does it work this way? So that now when I go on to reason about something like political theory, which is so incredibly ideological, where ideas can completely distort the field of reality, physics gave me this grounding where it's kind of like, yeah, I mean, that's cool. You could phrase it that way, but here's a physical fact that says otherwise, right? Like this is the way it does work. Whether we want it to or not, this is the way it does work. And once we understand this physical fact, we then understand everything else is going to have to function by limitation of this physical fact. And that has been a great boon in kind of rejecting authoritarian leftism. In fact, a lot of authoritarian leftism, one of the things that turns me off of it so much is that it's so completely anti-scientific. It doesn't seem to care about science at all, actually. It just likes calling itself a science as to steal the valor of science. And anybody who's an actual practicing scientist could tell you as much as soon as they study it a little bit. And I guess this is just kind of a long ramble. I could probably talk about this for a long time, but yeah, no, I still have a passion for physics. I think physics is quite beautiful. It is the uniting science. It is at the foundations of everything else. And I still keep up with advances in physics. I'm very interested in things way out of the bounds of theoretical physics. That's the stuff that interests me the most. But yeah, I think that answered your questions. Tempest Lord Raihan nails it by saying, Our collective enemy is hierarchy itself. Exactly. So there's this kind of concept in the history of leftist theory, which says that the reason why class is such an important revolutionary vector for organization is that we all share this class oppression in common, or rather the majority, the proletariat, the wage laborers hold this class oppression in common, and therefore it cuts across all boundaries, right? So in the anarchist theory I'm writing, my argument is that the thing that actually cuts across all boundaries is anti-hierarchy. Binnick says, as a newbie, I feel like I notice a decent amount of anarchists placing a major emphasis on history rather than theory. How do you view this dichotomy? Or do you see it this way at all? I think that a lot of the left might have a little bit of an overemphasis on history rather than theory. You know, I was just arguing with somebody in my comments the other day, as I'm still wont to do. And he was talking about, you don't even have a theory of how the state came to be. And I was like, well, here's my theory of how the state came to be. But I also just want to say that that's a lot less important than understanding how what the state is and how it functions. You know, I explained it to him. It's like, it's really valuable to understand how the tennis racket came to be. But if somebody had never seen a tennis racket before, understanding the history of how the tennis racket came to be, understanding like what its purpose was in the game of tennis, would not prepare them to understand necessarily what a tennis racket looks like or how it is actually built in the modern era. And when we look at its function, there are these broader principles that we need to understand about its function that kind of just is universal over the entire history of tennis. And it's less about its origination. It's more about just what principles guide the making of a good tennis racket and what is it to make a tennis racket that serves the purpose of a tennis racket. So in this sense, this is the scientific way of looking at it. I keep trying to emphasize to people, the historical way is not the scientific way. Okay. So like, it's not to say that science doesn't deal with history, but science attempts to understand mechanisms, and it tries to take particulars and it tries to find where they are universals. The more that science is able to uncover universals, the more powerful the things it's figuring out are. And this is the power of science, actually, is that it is able to find those universals. And the more universal they are, the more that scientists can transform the world. Whereas what I find is that a lot of times, especially Marxist theorists, are obsessed with particulars. They only want to talk about the details of this little thing or that little thing. And I compare it to the split between physics and, say, zoology. Marxists are doing like zoology most of the time. Like a lot of their theory is just categorizing particulars. It'd be like trying to figure out, you know, what's different between a gerbil and a capybara, right? And it's like what a physicist is doing is, you know, trying to understand what the underlying rules to all systems are, period, across the board. These are the basics. These are always true. These are universals. The anarchist is doing that in political theory. The anarchist is trying to find the universals. The Marxist, too much of the time, unfortunately, in my experience, gets completely caught up in zoology or stamp collecting, as we often call it in physics and the hard sciences. And stamp collecting is good and valuable, but stamp collecting is generally not a kind of science that leads to huge revelatory transformations and changes in the fields of science. Sometimes it does, don't get me wrong. Sometimes it'll be like, oh, we thought it was in this category, and now it's in that category, and that can make a big difference. It can change how we think about things. But I favor an approach which is looking for universals, which is looking for those features that occur in all systems. And so that's why anarchism has always been more attractive to me as a scientific thinker than Marxism. But sorry, this was a really long rant here. Let's see. Sorry. Okay. I did get off on a tangent a little bit, but hopefully that still served as an answer to this question. I think anarchists do this too, however. I just want to be clear. It's not just a Marxist thing, it's just something I see Marxists doing more often. Eric Gray gives $5. He says, another recommended reading, Black Armed Joy, written by an anonymous author, and it can be found online at the Anarchist Library. BCBR says, what do you think about the tendency for so many leftist groups to split up due to disagreements about ideology and organizational direction? Is it just a natural phenomenon of large groups? No, I don't think it is. I think it's a natural phenomenon of trying to make big tents. When you try to make big tents, then you end up in the situation where you're going to get the conflict of different strategies that culminates in the difference between different tactics. And that's just going to happen. There's no avoiding that. So this is part of the reason why platformism exists, is that you want it to be where anybody who joins your organization is joining, understanding that there is a common theoretical platform. So this is called theoretical unity in especificismo and platformism more broadly. And earlier in the stream, I gave the platform for Cooperation Tulsa, for example. And because of the platform, and because the only people who come into the group are people who agree with the platform more broadly, then we don't end up in this situation, no matter how high our peaks are in membership, we never end up in the situation where we get big, contentious disagreements about what our strategy and tactics should be. Instead, we're all pretty unified, because if you joined the organization, you joined agreeing to the platform, and therefore we're all on the same page. So I think that this really points to the need for platformism, and that we have been trying to do this kind of liberal wishy-washy thing for too long, where we make big tents where everybody gets along and agrees, even though they all completely disagree at their root. That's not going to work. It's based in a delusional misinterpretation of how history functioned. The way history, we look back and we see, oh man, there were these huge federations and organizations that had so many different kinds of people in them. It's like, yeah, because they started at the root creating the bodies of struggle. They started by creating the unions at their foundation. And during the time the unions were being created, they didn't have one big tent organization, generally not at least. They generally had a bunch of smaller organizations that were all pushing their strategic and tactical line, and were engaging with movements as they stood. And that as those bodies of struggle from the bottom up were created, that it kind of just favored or didn't favor different organizational structures, and different people would then therefore be funneled into those different organizational structures. We have this problem historically of trying to think of things as organizations driving everything, but organizations are just vessels in the changes that take place. This is another insight of especificismo. So I think this tendency for people to split up, I still see it among anarchists, and it's partially because I think that a lot of these like affinity group structures, they don't have any mechanisms for accountability. They don't have any way of actually maintaining their own internal solidarity and trying to work out problems. And they are built purposely to be sort of impermanent, so they just fall apart as soon as anybody doesn't want to be around. And the problem is that means whatever thing they were doing for society is now no longer being provided. So this loose structure just allowed everything to fall apart at a whim. And now whoever you were helping, they're just shit out of luck, I guess. So I think that that's irresponsible personally, but I think it's also a result of informal affinity group structures having taken over the movement among anarchists. So I guess what I'm saying is there are kind of two things that lead to this. It's either you're trying to create too big tent of an organization, or you're trying to do too much of this informal affinity group thing where it just, they're created and they disappear, and they create and they disappear. And if you do the formal, or if you do the former, big tent organizations, everybody's going to argue because they actually don't agree, and your platform is too big, so people are stepping on each other's toes. And if it's this informal affinity group thing, you built something where any slight disagreement can lead to dissolution because there's nothing to hold the group together. So this is why I'm a social anarchist. I'm a social anarchist because we need to create, or rather I should say even further than being a social anarchist, this is why I'm a platformist or and a specifist, is because I think we actually have to create these formal organizations that have platforms where the people that are there have the same strategic vision, that even to a large degree, they understand the tactics are going to be pretty similar. And so that's my personal opinion on that. I also think it's partially because our culture has become obsessed with trying to find every tiny little thing and scrutinize every tiny little thing about every single person that's around them. They take offense to every small
slight anything they perceive as having been harmful to them. Instead of talking it out, they just want to get angry at people. I think this is only encouraged by Twitter and the way Twitter functions. But I got to say, there are some places in the nation that are kind of notorious for it. Specifically, like the Pacific Northwest is notoriously bad about it, and that's because did all just these affinity groups instead of actually forming horizontal organizations that stick. But yeah, that was kind of meandering, but hopefully that's what you were looking for. Trying to find a comment I just scrolled past. Dang, the comment like disappeared. Wow. Well, I can't find it. I don't know why, where it went, but it's basically somebody asking like, well, why physics though? And I think they were going to basically say like, aren't there other structures by which you could do that? But it's gone. I don't know where it went. Pyre DZN says, I'm sorry if I sound like a Fed, but would you ever do a video detailing some of the startup processes you ran through for Scissortail and Co-op Tulsa? Yeah, I didn't create Scissortail, but I was part of the creation of Cooperation Tulsa. And yeah, I'd probably be willing to do something like that. Confused Lefty asks, why can't anarchist organizations work with hierarchical structures without becoming hierarchical themselves? Is there a way to prevent that? I've developed a pretty complex analysis as to how that works. It has to do with where the power ultimately roots to. So like, can your enemy just shut off the power you have developed? Any power that your enemy can shut off at a whim, if you just don't do what they want, that is power that your enemy is letting you borrow, essentially. That's power that the root of that power is not within you or your organization. That is being lended to you. And a power that is being lended to you by a hierarchical power structure can be withdrawn by that hierarchical power structure to serve its ends. So wherever you rely on hierarchical power, you kind of become a client to hierarchical power, insofar as it is what is giving you power. Now, there are exceptions to that, and the exceptions are internalizing the root. So I'll use the example. I think this is a good example. Cooperation Tulsa. So Cooperation Tulsa has actually filed a 501c3. We actually have a formal body with the government, and that allows us to apply for grants. Now, the method that we've taken to applying for grants takes into account what I'm describing here. Where does the root come from? So if, for example, the kinds of grants that we would apply for are grants that fund some permanent thing that we can then continue to use. We never use grants for things that need constant reinvestment, because what that means now, some ongoing function of the organization relies on that grant, and were that grant to be taken from us, then the ongoing function of the organization would be threatened. By contrast, if it's just a one-time grant that gets dumped into some one-time investment, which then improves the rest of the process that we're carrying out, they can't withdraw that from us. Money's already ours. It's spent. We invested it into XYZ. And so what that means now is that we internalized the root, is the way the terminology I'm using in part 4 of A Modern Anarchism. The root is now ours. It cannot be taken back. It's oh, you gave us $4,000. We built gardens. The gardens grow stuff. We don't need you to give us another $4,000. Cool. We invested in gardens. Thanks. That's it. I can't take back the gardens, right? But if, for example, we wanted them to pay for our monthly subscription to something, I don't know. That's a weird thing to say, but or let's say they're paying our rent or something, or they're paying our property taxes, whatever it is, right? Then we are in a situation where we rely on them month to month to pay for that, and we do not provide our own internal impetus for that thing. That means now we are reliant on them. Therefore, we are kind of under their thumb to some degree, because all they have to do is withdraw that from us and we are screwed. So I've used this example of grants because this is a good example of an interaction between a horizontal power structure and a hierarchical power structure. Horizontal power structure, Cooperation Tulsa; hierarchical power structure, the state, right? And I think this is where a lot of organizations go wrong in their interaction with the state, is they forget that they should always be internalizing the root. I kind of compare it to the difference between predating something or trying to develop a symbiosis with it. Trying to develop a symbiosis with the state is just going to lead to us being fucked. We're going to be parasitized. That's how it always works. Whereas if we develop a relation of predation with the state, if we do it in such a way that it's not obvious to the state, then this is highly valuable, because it essentially means that we're biting chunks off of the state, right? We're biting chunks off, metabolizing them, biting chunks off, metabolizing them. This is the method that I lay out for how horizontal power should interact with hierarchical power. It should always be in a process of trying to take away what hierarchical power has colonized. The mega machine, as I call it. What the mega machine has colonized, called this mega mechanical colonization. It's a historical process. And it has led us to where we are now, where the mega machine has colonized pretty much everything, controls almost everything. So horizontal power structures are constantly at war with hierarchical power structures. And the question is, how far into this sort of process of predation can you get before the enemy realizes that you are predating them, that you've been biting chunks off of them and metabolizing it into power? Like, you're trying to do that for as long as is possible before they realize that's what you've done. And that is internalizing the root, right? That's taking this power, where the power comes from. You're taking the power and you're bringing it inside the horizontal power structure such that it now is an internal cycle. Okay. If you were to do this as much as possible, you might say that we've become autonomous. Okay. We've internalized all the roots for our continual ongoing process as an entity. Then we have developed a high degree of autonomy. If an economy did this, for example, it would become autarkic, or we'd call it an autarky. Autarky is impossible, it should be said, but that's part of another discussion. So this idea, we're internalizing roots as much as conceivably possible. That is what leads to the fundamental conflict between horizontal power structures and hierarchical power structures. Also, that hierarchical power structures benefit from this further megamechanical colonization, whereas horizontal power structures are directly countervailed by megamechanical colonization. So I hope this gives you some of the base understandings of the dynamics, why horizontal power structures and hierarchical power structures can never really cooperate on a long term. Knowledge and defense. I see you posted that, but it's a statement, not even a question. So I don't know what you want me to say. You just say the full quote where Marx talks about how under no pretext he mentions councils and how they'll get betrayed by the bourgeoisie. That paragraph predicted the Bolsheviks beat for beat. I mean, I agree, but generally I'm not going to respond to a statement. Mostly I'm going to respond to questions. I agree with you though. Michael Shin says, California once passed a pro-worker owned business law unanimously. I'm sure association with the words anarchism or socialism would not have allowed that. Is strategic discreetness vital? I think that it can be incredibly appropriate in certain circumstances. I would say if you're just talking with average normal people on a day-to-day basis, talk to them about anarchism and socialism and so on. But if you're trying to do things which are going to have a broad popular appeal, get rid of ideological words. Just use the words that apply, right? Oh, you're trying to get people to accept worker cooperatives. Don't call them socialist. That's in-group signaling. That's us trying to signal to other radicals. Stop trying to signal to other radicals if you're going to talk to the masses. If you're going to talk to the masses, just use words they'll understand. Meet them where they're at. That's what you should do. So yes, the answer is yes, strategic discreetness. That's a good way to put it too. Hypnosis says, thoughts on getting nonprofit status or incorporating? It can be, I personally think that it can be the right thing to do under certain circumstances. But I do, of course, want all of those warnings that I just laid out a moment ago to be included in your analysis. You need to think about those. It's not to say that you shouldn't do it because of the things I listed. It's to say that that's the new battlefield that you're going to be engaged on, and you need to be conscious of it. And you need to think scrupulously about the details of what you're agreeing to and what it means that you're going to have to do in order to continue to perpetuate as a power structure. So I think that it can be appropriate in the right circumstances. Confused Lefty says, so if we're taking help from a hierarchical structure, we should try to become self-reliant in the meantime. Yes, in fact, that should be our goal in all of this, is developing self-reliance as horizontal power structures as much as possible. And this is part of the purpose of confederation or federation, whatever word you want to use, that combines all of our groups together so that they can coordinate, is that this allows us to develop more autonomous function. But I do want to emphasize, you can't do that fully within a hierarchy. Okay. Within hierarchy, they're going to disallow you from developing this complete autonomy. At some point, they're going to recognize you're predating the machine. Then you will be glad that everything you developed was autonomous and was self-reliant and was self-perpetuating, because now they try to take away everything that they had been giving you, and they realize you've got 90% of the stuff left over. You put the real things in place. And so now they can't take much away. The more you can develop that self-reliance for horizontal power structures, I would say relying on other horizontal power structures, the more powerful we will be in the long term, the more capability we will have for revolutionary activity. iMyth says, is platformism brittle if it requires an allegiance to a set of... Oh, the chat just refreshed. Where'd it go? Is platformism brittle if it requires an allegiance to a set of goals that are based on a presuppositional perspective of what's good and thus lack adaptability and accountability? I don't think they lack accountability, but I could see how you might argue they would lack adaptability. But it should be said that platformism is not about building the mass organization. It's about building the organization that is going to militantly intervene in social struggles. And it might then go on to seed a bunch of other kinds of organizations and promote the creation of a bunch of other kinds of organizations. But the platformist group itself is not meant to span extremely wide and have hundreds or thousands or tens of thousands or whatever people in it. because it is, by its very nature, taking on a very militant and radical revolutionary stance, which requires it to always hold to that line, even while the forces of reaction may in fact be taking place. And it should be said, that's a strength in that sense. You talk about adaptability, but adapting to become the enemy structure is a bad thing. Adapting to an ideological line or a revolutionary or a counter-revolutionary line is not good. And that's actually the strength of platformism, is actually that it holds to the revolutionary line, it holds to this militancy, this radicalism that has to take place for revolution to take place. So don't think of platformism as trying to be the mass organization, because it's not. Confused Lefty says, is federating organizations which focus on fighting specific hierarchies a solution for the spreading too thin problem? Absolutely, yes. In fact, that is exactly what my answer is. I suppose I didn't say that earlier because maybe it was just kind of, a little bit too much of an extension for me to go into, but that's absolutely the case. In fact, I'm pretty sure I say explicitly that in part 4 of A Modern Anarchism, once again, which is not released yet, everyone. The script is finished, however. And that's essentially what I'm saying. I'm saying that, yeah, it's easy to get scatterbrained when you have this many goals, but the thing is you should let people focus on the things which are important, and then you should just work together with those people that are fighting on their own fronts. And this is why sometimes I'll hear people get kind of upset about, racial groups just organizing like blacks only groups or native only groups or whatever. I think that's short-sighted. I think it's kind of, it's the wrong approach. It's kind of fragile, I would even say. I understand the desire to create a mass organization that says, we're all anti-hierarchy, why aren't we in the same organization? But the truth is that it kind of comes down to what I just said a minute ago. Black people are going to be the ones that are most likely to organize against white supremacy. White people are going to tend to be the ones that are most likely to organize against capitalism, to create unions and so on, because that's the oppression of that's the hierarchy they experience most readily in their lives. Women are going to be the ones that are going to tend to focus on organizing against patriarchy, right? Like, the idea is that, okay, well then we want to be in solidarity with them, and that means that we should coordinate together with them. And as we've said, movements rise and fall, and they have their peaks and their valleys. And where the peaks are taking place, we need to show up for those people, right? Like during George Floyd, you show up for against white supremacy. During the genocide in Palestine, you show up against imperialism. These sorts of things. You have to be flexible to responding to the crises at hand. You have to be flexible to responding to the moment and understanding where the social movements are actually at, and coming there as backup that you're trying to help them. So in that sense, federation gives us this strength. It creates unity and diversity, as Bookchin might say. We have this diversity of different kinds of groups, and now we federate them together so that we can all cooperate now on our bigger shared interest, which is actually anti-hierarchy, right? So that's exactly what my solution to this problem is. And this is not me saying, by the way, that it's like more or less desirable for us to create, a black anarchist group and a Latino anarchist group and so on. It may or may not be the right solution for any given circumstance. In fact, it should be said around here, the groups tend to mix together. We tend to get in our radical groups, they tend to integrate with one another about at the admixture you would expect. But in other places, it's not that way. Right? Like in a lot of places, it would be like there would be a black autonomous anarchist group and a native anarchist group and so on. And that's fine. What I want to say to people is that that's not bad, and that we should make good relations with those groups, and that white people should not act offended if that takes place. Furthermore, mostly because this is exactly what you said here. It solves the problem of spreading ourselves too thin. If everybody's going to have a tendency to organize against the oppression that faces them, then we should be happy that they're doing so, and we should show up for them when the time comes when they need our assistance. And we federate together with all of these people, these radicalized people who've decided that they're going to fight against the hierarchical power structure that oppresses them most notably, or the one that they recognize most notably. The Canethian, I don't know how that's said. How do you feel about the critiques about Murray Bookchin made about anarchism later in his life? Some of them I agree with and some of them I don't. I think some of them were just Bookchin being bitter about individualist anarchism being the only kind of anarchism during his life. It was probably frustrating because, he's reading about anarchist histories like the CNTFAI, and he's talking with other anarchists and they don't even seem to care about that revolutionary history. They're at the beginning of lifestyleism. They're at the peak of lifestyleism, actually, not the beginning, but the peak of lifestyleism. And he's trying to tell them, like a lot of the things I've been saying on this exact live stream, we have to create horizontal power structures. We have to create these things which are going to last. There has to be deliberate attempt to coordinate people within different areas and upon different interests. And that has to be like deliberate. And we have to create something that lasts as well. It cannot just be that it pops up and disappears and pops up and disappears. This is a lot of stuff Bookchin was saying in his critique of anarchists. I think that he was wrong to suggest that was just all anarchists. I think that was respectfully mostly just individualist anarchists. I will say, I think the most notable critique that Bookchin made that I ever read about anarchism more broadly, one that actually does apply to social anarchism, is that he talks about how in Spain there was after they had taken a very large portion of the Spanish countrysides, they had pushed out the Spanish government and they had pushed out the fascists. They had de facto real control over those areas. Okay. And the Spanish representative for the government that was there essentially came to them and he basically said, hey, so despite all of the shit in the past, we tried to suppress you and so on, I can't really deny that now you have control over this area. So you have a choice. I will step down and you can put no replacement in place for me. And you can essentially say that these are now your territories and that now you claim them and that you reject the Spanish government's control over this area and that you declare autonomy. Or you can enter into a program of collaboration with the Spanish government. And, to me as a modern thinker, I hear that and I'm like, obviously you don't want to go into the collaboration with the Spanish government. You want to claim autonomy. But a lot of those anarchists were so terrified of the idea that they were like a new government power, a new state power, that they didn't want to take that claim of autonomy. They didn't want to say that they were now the new defaults in that area. And that led to the destruction of the CNTFAI. If you could find one particular decision that the anarchists made that screwed it all up, that may have been that decision, because it led to a long program of them slowly watering down all of these very revolutionary gains they'd had, which actually was bad for them. In every single occurrence, it led to lower productivity, led to people being less energized to participate in these structures. And I think that this is Bookchin's right to say that historically a lot of anarchists have not spent enough time thinking about what it looks like for anarchists to hold power away from their enemies. What does it look like when you start to win and now you have territory that is autonomous, that now is self-reliant, that is self-perpetuating, that it's autopoietic, as we say in system science. And Bookchin's right to say that I think that anarchists didn't spend enough time thinking about that. And it's partially, I believe, and I've said this before in previous works, it's partially because the left has had this really weird thought-terminating cliche that they like to pass around. And it is that if you think too much about what the future world will look like, that's utopianism, that's idealism, and so on and so on. And so what that means is our movements in the late 1800s and early 1900s are really not prepared to hold the power that they had gained because they had not done nearly enough thought trying to conceptualize what it looked like to hold power. What it actually looked like to hold power. You've done all this thought about how you're going to deconstruct power, you're going to destroy the enemy structure, and you just kind of keep assuming it's all just going to happen on its own. We're just going to figure it out on the spot. We didn't spend enough time ideating about what it would look like to hold power. And anarchists, unfortunately, therefore, were afraid of holding power there in Spain. And this led to a process of collaboration with the government, and that led to the death of the CNTFAI. So I think that critique by Bookchin is correct. And that's part of the reason why you see that in my work, I do not fall for this thought terminating cliche. This is part of the reason why my work is what it is. We do not need to relegate ourselves to the false thought terminating cliches of a left who had not yet ever claimed any revolutionary successes. That was a left before the revolutions of the late 1800s and early 1900s. They didn't know what it was going to look like. They didn't know what was actually going to happen. We do now. And we know that you need to put some thought into what it is that you're actually going to construct and put in place there, and that it needs to be coherent and it needs to fit together, and it needs to have the actual possibility of claiming control against reactionaries and against the Republic, not just hoping we can all get along, because we're not. We're not going to all get along. And we need to understand that this is warfare until horizontal power structures take over the planet. However long it takes. Might take a long time. It may not take that long. Who knows? But we need to start asking ourselves what it looks like to actually hold autonomous, self-reliant power over large territories in an anarchist or horizontal sense. And the CNTFAI had been doing a great job at it. They just failed to accept their burden. They failed to accept that this was the next stage of success. This is what revolution looked like. It looked like telling that mayor, yep, it's time for you to get out. We're not going to be filling that position. As far as we're concerned, the Spanish Republican government is illegitimate. The fascists must be crushed. That should have been how at that moment, at that specific historical juncture, that should have been how they responded. But unfortunately, anarchist thought had not developed enough understanding about how power was going to be held. By contrast, the authoritarian leftists, they didn't really think about it too much either, except on the spot, that just meant that they put in place a Spanish Republic, or not Spanish, but they put in place a Republican government that looked almost identical to a regular capitalist government. So, yeah, hopefully that was a good answer to that question. Piraha says, do you agree that people who are once oppressed can become the oppressor? Israel is an example of that. No, the oppressed can become the oppressor. I agree completely. In fact, Israel is a perfect example of how the state is not a solution to the problem of oppression. The state is merely an usurper to oppression. And so this is hard to get this point across, especially when it's happening to an imperialized or colonized people. You know, there's this idea that, you know, you don't want to tell an imperialized or colonized people, no, state's not going to fix your problem. You know, like that's not revolutionary enough, because they're currently in the process of being like explicitly subjugated. Right. So you obviously aren't going to tell them that isn't their solution, but it is truthfully, it's not. We can just see no people are perfect angel babies. When people are given state power, they come to be oppressive. That's just how states work. It has nothing to do with the people. It has to do with how the state works and what kinds of behavior it incentivizes and disincentivizes. Israel's a perfect example. They were a diasporic people for like thousands of years. And they were generally on the receiving end of the worst kinds of oppression, some of the worst oppression that humanity has ever seen. And you give them a state structure, and within a few generations, their state structure is essentially like the fascists, which had been oppressing them in a way which is truly disgusting, so revolting that the entire planet is recoiling in disgust. And so I think that this is ultimately the lesson that every oppressed people has to learn. But there's no way that I, from the outside, am going to be able to tell anybody that. That's just absolutely never going to fly. There's this Öcalan quote, the right to a state. What is it? Öcalan says, basically, Öcalan says that the right to a state is indeed the right of all peoples, but that does not mean that it is the key to their liberation. And this is very hard to convey to an oppressed people. The more oppressed you are, the more likely you are to seek revenge, the more likely you are to seek hierarchical power over the previous class. And when we find that that's going to take place, it just generally does not come out super well. What has to happen is more like what we see in Rojava, where you have to create this sort of polycentric, democratic, pluralist society where everybody's interests are co-managed through horizontal processes of decision-making. This is what it's going to have to look like. But I'm not going to go to a Palestinian person who just saw their child get blown to bits by a bomb like 5 minutes ago and be like, but you think a state's going to fix it? You know, like, they're just looking to end the subjugation that's taking place by Israel. And therefore, you can't really not empathize with their desire to create a body which is at least going to maintain their autonomy as a people and end their outright subjugation. They want bodies for defense. They want bodies to maintain their dignity. It's just that I think the anarchist libertarian socialist might suggest that it should look something more like the Zapatistas or Rojava or Fehuve or Kikesasola or something like that. These are all kinds of the examples that we might want to see done instead. So, yeah, it's sad because the truth is that if Palestine creates a state, there's every chance that in the future that Palestinian state will itself become quite oppressive. But would it be less oppressive than what Israel's currently doing? Probably not. So even as anarchists, you should probably not oppose a Palestinian state, even knowing that eventually it's going to go on to itself become an oppressor, because it is less oppression overall for Israel not to essentially be able to carry out unmitigated settler colonialism and genocide in Palestine. So it's complex. It's complex. Confused Lefty says, does nationalism and culture address the nuance of liberatory nationalism and plain old statist nationalism? No, actually, no. I would say that nationalism and culture is more about statist nationalism. In fact, you'll find that most of the historic anarchists take this word nationalism to be a form of sort of statist religion. It's sort of like the religion that surrounds the state. It's this belief in a sort of transcendent national spirit that binds the nation together, and that therefore it is a tool of brainwashing of the state. That has been the historic anarchist position. So it's only in the modern day that we're starting to kind of have discussions around the nuances of the word nationalism. Swedish socialist is in my Discord DMs feeding me the quotes. So this is the quote. This is that Öcalan quote from a moment ago. The right of self-determination of the peoples includes the right to a state of their own. However, the foundation of a state does not increase the freedom of a people. The system of the United Nations that is based on nation states has remained inefficient. Meanwhile, nation states have become serious obstacles for any social development. Democratic confederalism is the contrasting paradigm of the oppressed people. Democratic confederalism is a non-state social paradigm. It is not controlled by a state. At the same time, democratic confederalism is the cultural organizational blueprint of a democratic nation. Democratic confederalism is based on grassroots participation. Its decision-making processes lie with the communities. Higher levels only serve the coordination and implementation of the will of the communities that send their delegates to the general assemblies. For a limited space of time, they are both mouthpiece and executive institution. However, the basic power of a decision rests with the local grassroots institutions. This is extremely anarchistic, very much the anarchist solution to this problem, although obviously people would point out all day long that democratic confederalism is not anarchism. Nonetheless, this is pretty much the anarchist position. It's just that obviously I think it's inappropriate to tell any Palestinian person who's currently struggling they should not desire a state, much as Öcalan kind of starts it that way, right? The right of self-determination of the peoples includes the right to a state of their own. It's just that it does not increase the freedom of the people. So, yep, That's kind of the way I look at it. I kind of look at it like Echelon does. Yeah. Democratic Confederalism is a good little pamphlet, by the way, if any of y'all have not read it. It actually would probably give you a better understanding of a lot of what's happening in the Middle East and involving the Kurds as well. Richard Buck Harris says, "Do you ever listen to Richard Wolff?" Yeah. I'm not against Richard Wolff. Clearly, he does not have the same sort of theoretical perspective as I do. However, I think that he's mostly a good influence on our spaces. Richard Wolff, I think it's good that he's promoting cooperatives. I think it's good that he's promoting the labor theory of value. I think it's good that he's teaching people about socialist theory. He's doing a good job. He's being a teacher. I don't have to agree with him every single time he ever speaks for me to think he's doing good things. Confused Lefty says, "We've seen that democratic federalism in practice has some pro-state tendencies. What aspect of this ideology do you think gives rise to this?" I think that it's probably mostly them having to collaborate with people who are, a lot of them, still authoritarian leftists. It should be noted that the PKK, the group that Echelon was or is the head of, was essentially an authoritarian leftist organization. It was a vanguard, and it was only after Echelon read Murray Bookchin that he then recanted on all of this. But just because he had everybody within the PKK and a lot of adjacent groups like start reading Murray Bookchin doesn't mean that all of them were just like directly on board. What you'll find is that Rojava still has like significant contingents of Stalinists and stuff like that. They're still mixed in. And I think that these have probably been somewhat reactionary elements in Rojava, if I had to guess. But I won't pretend to have any more knowledge than that. That's just my understanding. Knowledge and Defense says, "Isn't the labor theory of value anti-anarchist?" No, not at all. In fact, the labor theory of value has basically been the standard anarchist position historically. You can even find Bakunin laying it out. Here, see here, Bakunin, the capitalist system. Here is Bakunin laying out essentially Marx's conception of labor theory of value and class conflict in 1953. 1953. Labor theory of value has basically been the standard anarchist conception for a very long time now. Knowledge and Defense, Kropotkin rejected the idea of measuring labor, but that was the standard position as well. Like, you shouldn't... Remember, the measurement of labor, the discreetness, the discrete simplification of things into numbers is what's happening with exchange value. And exchange value is what's leading to a lot of capitalism. Use value is unmeasurable. Use value is what the thing provides in its use to people. And this is part of the reason why communism is moneyless, or is conceived to be moneyless, is because we have abolished this sort of measurement. We've abolished the quantization of labor and value through money. And so Kropotkin's opposition to measuring labor is fully in line with communism. That's a baseline presupposition of communism, is that we want to stop meticulously measuring labor and instead begin doing direct distribution of things from those who make them to those who need them. Confused Lefty says, do you reject the scientific and utopian classification of socialist ideologies? I don't know. I have a lot of thoughts about that. I'm currently drafting an essay, which that will probably be one of the things it addresses. I think that Engels was right to point out this distinction. I think he was on the right track in understanding this distinction. We still see it popping up to this day. However, it is now weaponized by vulgar Marxists so much in that it has almost lost any of the original meaning that Engels may have been pointing out. Like, I agree with him that this distinction between scientific utopian, materialist, and idealist, those are real distinctions, and you can see them within theory. However, part of the problem is that anarchists rapidly turned more and more towards materialism as time went on. Or rather, I should say, anarchists have mostly been materialists the entire time, and they have been rarely ever utopian either. And this is part of the reason why Bookchin responds to this sort of discourse about materialism by saying that, you know, are we materialists or are we idealists? Clearly we are materialists. Maybe Swedish Socialist will hook me up with that. I think it's like the first few lines of one of the pieces I've read by him. I don't remember which piece it is though. I'm going to see if maybe I can find it before Swedish Socialist does. Bookchin, materialists. Let's see here. No, this isn't the quote I'm looking for. Here we go. God and the State, chapter 1. It literally starts with, who is right, the idealists or the materialists? The question, once stated in this way, hesitation becomes impossible. Undoubtedly, the idealists are wrong and the materialists are right. Yes, facts are before ideas. Yes, the ideal, as Proudhon said, is but a flower whose root lies in the material conditions of existence. Yes, the whole history of humanity, intellectual and moral, political and social, is but a reflection of its economic history. All branches of modern science, of true and disinterested science, concur in proclaiming this grand truth, fundamental and decisive. The social world, properly speaking, the human world, in short, humanity, is nothing other than the last and supreme development, at least on our planet, and as far as we know, the highest manifestation of animality. But as every development necessarily implies a negation, that of its base or point of departure, humanity is at the same time and essentially the deliberate and gradual negation of the animal element in man. And it is precisely this negation, as rational as it is natural, and rational only because natural, at once historical and logical, as inevitable as the development and realization of all the natural laws in the world, that constitutes the great and creates the ideal, the world of intellectual and moral convictions, ideas. So, this is essentially Mikhail Bookchin in 1953 kind of refuting the contentions of the Marxists for many decades afterwards. Marxists still try to claim that the anarchists are idealists or utopians, but in reality, the anarchists have been both scientific socialists and materialists for a very long time. Let's see, that would make it, 130 years? No, it's more than that. Minus 20. Was that 180 years, right? Yeah, 170 years. I just tried to brain that math, and that turned out terribly. Don't worry, though. The Swedish Socialist hooked me up with the quote after I found it. That's right, I beat you this time. I got it. All right. Carlos. Oh, sorry. I just realized I missed one of the chats. Okay. That one didn't have a message. Carlos. Oh, I'm trying to find the name. Okay. Carlos says, can you recommend Complexity Sciences texts, videos, any content related with anarchy or vice versa? You're in luck because so much about complex systems analysis is online. So much of it is online. It's so easy to find. One thing is I read the text Understanding Complex Systems. This is where I got a lot of my understanding, by Mobus and Colton. It's basically a textbook. However, I do want to say Mobus and Colton themselves, okay, these guys are like cyberneticians and like literally applying complex systems analysis. They actually talk up the Wikipedia articles. So you really could learn a lot from those Wikipedia articles about complex systems analysis and system science and chaos theory and all that stuff that surrounds it, cybernetics and viable systems theory and all that stuff. The Wikipedia articles are fantastic. Go read them if you just want great introductions. There's also like some YouTube channels I found. Let me see if I can track them down real quick. Let's see, complex systems analysis. This one's called like systems innovation. Like a lot of this is going to be like, how does it apply? How is it applied to a corporation? Because, it's kind of like this, it's system science. And so corporations are going to try to use it to improve their techniques for internal management. But a lot of what's in these videos is very informative as to general concepts. Confused Lefty says, I wish 3 Blue, 1 Brown would make videos on systems theory. I've literally wished that same thing. I've wished numerous times that I could do videos on systems theory where 3 Blue, 1 Brown did the visuals. That would be incredible. I would love it so much. Knowledge and Defense says, was Makno wrong to shoot prisoners after all the betrayal he experienced? I've seen Tankies claim that it was authoritarian of him to do so. I'd have to know the specifics. Who were the prisoners? Were they prisoners of war? I mean, maybe under some circumstances. Oh man, I've missed some super chats and gifted subs. Oh my gosh, gifted subs. Is it fan funding? Oh, Davis. Thank you so much, Davis, for gifting 5 people Anark memberships. Again, it's like the memberships actually kind of have a unique value at this point because the people who are members of the YouTube actually get to see videos that are when I upload videos and they're scheduled for later. And when you become a member, you just get to see them as soon as they're uploaded. You don't have to wait until they're scheduled to release. So like you kind of get videos ahead of time when you're a YouTube member. Carlos Andros, is it Andros? Oh, what's that? It cuts off your name. I hate that I can't see the full name. But yeah, Carlos has given 10,000 COP twice, and I appreciate an enormous amount. Let's see, 10,000 COP. I think I looked at this. Yeah, that's like $5 or something, right? And it's 10,000. That's like $5 or something. And I appreciate it enormously. But yeah, that's what I would recommend on Complexity Sciences. Honestly, start with Wikipedia. It's great. Wikipedia for these articles, they are wonderful. In fact, Mobus and Colton often just reference those Wikipedia articles. They say, go read this one, go read that one. The ones on chaos theory are fantastic. The ones on emergence are super awesome. Self-organized criticality, I think it might be the name of the article. But yeah, no, so much good stuff online about that. Confused Lefty says, are gifted YouTube members allowed to access the Discord server? I think so. I think that there should be like a Discord integration in now that you're a member. So like go like poke around through the settings and everything, go look at like whatever tabs they give you for being a member, go look around in those. And I think there's just a Discord integration in that. Clatari says Anark 3 blue 1 brown collab. That would be a dream for me. I would love that. I would love to create a video where me and 3 blue 1 brown go through like the formulas of complexity science and system science more broadly, and chaos theory and percolation theory, and then put those together in order to understand how complex systems analysis gives us emergence in systems and things being more than the sum of their parts. God, I would love that. That would be a dream for me. Unfortunately, I don't know what 3 blue 1 brown's politics are. So if I had to guess, see, because he's very scientific, he's probably a little more liberal, but that's fine. I'd be happy to collaborate with him regardless. There is a very good video on percolation theory, and I've seen it. Oh, I don't know. Was that him? I've seen like 2 videos on percolation theory. I think that if you were to take my political theory and you were to start to turn it into mathematical language, you'd probably be looking at using vector fields where the vectors are power. And you would have overlapping vector fields to represent all of these different kinds of oppression and types of power a person could have. And then you would have like complements, and you'd have constructive and destructive interference between the vector fields. Percolation theory would probably work extraordinarily well. Graph theory would almost certainly come into use. Yeah. So that stuff, that'd be so cool to do videos covering those topics. And I would love to start doing mathematical modeling with some of the things I've discussed in my videos. May says, do you have any resources for disabled comrades? As a disabled person, I find that we are rather quite radical, but organizing is quite difficult when meeting up in person is already a barrier. Yeah, that's understandable. And it is a real conundrum because in a general sense, groups fare best when they can meet up face to face and talk with each other. This is just, our human brains just prefer this in a general sense. Okay. Just, it gives us more feelings of camaraderie, probably has something to do with like, I don't know, oxytocin or something. Who knows what it is, but it tends to be better for groups when they see each other in person all the time. When groups meet up only through digital or remote means, it tends to make them bond a little bit less. That being said, I would just say that having mixed meetings where there's a digital and a real life component, or there's a digital and an in-person component, is probably a pretty good way to mitigate a lot of that for disabled people. Also finding things that disabled people can do for the organization, even though they may not be able to, for example, go out and do like hard labor or stand in the heat for really long periods of time and stuff like that. They could still do the job of like managing the social media for the organization, or answering DMs, or propagating information, writing theory, stuff like that, right? Like there are places for people who are disabled in organizations, but the organizations have to make an effort to actually integrate them. As for, do I have any resources? Unfortunately, I do not, but, that's an interesting topic. I assume that does exist. People have talked about what I've heard called crip anarchism before, but I've had a hard time tracking down good resources on that. If anybody's got any, they should put them here in the chat. And just remember, those of you who have been gifted those subs, you should turn those into permanent subscriptions. You don't want to lose all those incredible perks you're getting from the YouTube membership. I'm just kidding. It'd be cool if I had enough money over the summer, though. Anyway, oh yeah, I think I mentioned that Cooperation Tulsa now has a YouTube. And I was just going to post it in the live stream. Y'all should go follow the Cooperation Tulsa YouTube. It's like at Cooperation Tulsa. I think if you just type Cooperation Tulsa into the search bar, I'm pretty sure it'll just bring you to our YouTube. But yeah, for now, what's on the Cooperation Tulsa YouTube is just going to be like a bunch of the, oh, I just realized the light is out in the back. All right. Well, this thing is supposed to last for a long period of time, but apparently it did not, huh? Wow. Okay, well, I'll just switch over to softer lighting, I guess. Oh. Ah. Okay. Man, this thing has a low battery life. Oops. I guess it's not supposed to go for hours, huh? Sam donates $5 and he says, Daniel, are you going to the Dual Power Gathering 2.0 in Portland this summer? Possibly. It's over the summer, so that's actually very, very possible. The last Dual Power Gathering, it was terrible. I got very, very, very sick. Possibly the sickest I've ever been in my entire life. I was in bad, bad condition. It happened right before I was leaving, and that was very, very disappointing. However, this time I'd probably be a lot more down if I'm not terribly sick. Knowledge and Defense asks, would you say that lifestyle individualist anarchists are utopian? Absolutely. Yeah. Pretty much always what it boils down to. Most of the time, they have a very utopian vision for how everything is going to happen. They don't think, I don't know though, there's part of me that says not. I think it might just be more idealist than utopian, because utopianism usually entails that somebody thinks too much about how the future is going to be, and they think only about how the future is going to be. They spend all their time blueprinting possible utopias, and then, you know, they just take for granted we'll figure out how to get there. Whereas when I interact with a lot of individualist lifestyle anarchists, I actually think they put almost no thought into how it's all going to work. They just assume that everybody's going to do as thou wilt and everything's just going to work. People are just going to figure it out on the spot. No big deal. And that I just absolutely disagree with. I think that's pretty idealist insofar as that they think this ideal of how they suppose things will work would work just because they can conceive it. And that is false, in my opinion. It's not how it works. We are constrained by the facts of the universe to do things in certain ways if we want to succeed. Every way is not viable. There are not an infinite number of viable paths. There are only some viable paths. And yeah, in any occasion, yeah, that's how I feel about it. The software that 3 Blue 1 Brown uses is free. It's called Manim. Okay, well, I don't know. I think I might need a little more expertise to. Oh, it's cool though. Oh, it's a mathematical animation engine. How interesting. I actually might be able to get a friend of mine to teach me how to get this arranged. That'd be so cool if I could use this. I'd be so hyped. That'd be amazing. Hypnosis says, get a wall-powered light. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm going to have to. It only lasts, I guess, maybe that lasted like 2 hours or something. That's a pretty bad battery. I mean, I can plug this one in straight to the wall, and I'm sure that it would keep it up, but... Alex Pereira's alt says, "Hey, Anark, I'm currently discussing anarchy with a conservative, and he's very hung up on calling every form of organized society a state. So nothing I suggest seems to convince him. How to proceed?" I mean, there's like two approaches to that. Either that you can try to problematize his understanding of what the state is, describe like Native American society and ask him if it had a state, and then just like describe like small groups of people organizing together and ask whether he calls it a state. And then kind of try to grade through like, okay, well, what if they did this? What if they did that? And then lead him by the hand to, cool, well, that's what anarchists advocate. And you say that's not a state. So now you've refuted yourself. That's one approach, and I've done it with numerous people. It can work for sure. The other one is to just go like, okay, well, everything's a state. So let's just talk about the state that anarchists are proposing. And then if they get all caught up being like, oh, you're an anarchist who supports the state, then you can just point out, it's like, well, by your definition of the state, but I think your definition of the state is incoherent. I'm just going to use it for this conversation because that seems to be the only way you can understand it. Sometimes just biting that bullet and just being like, I'll use your definitions. Let's talk about the anarchist state then, right? That's one way to approach those conversations. And what you're going to find is that once you actually start describing what a quote unquote anarchist state would look like, they're going to slowly start recognizing that it's not a state because it doesn't have the characteristics a state would have. But it takes one of those two approaches. You either have to problematize their understanding of the state, which is more the approach I would say if you're having kind of combative interactions. But if you're having more like calm, respectful interactions, then just bite the bullet and be like, okay, everything's a state. So there's no way we can ever not make a state. So let's just talk about what kind of state we should want, right? And then only defend the anarchist form of organization, which he just so happens to call a state. And just be like, well, I wouldn't support any of those. Those are my diametric opposition. They have to be destroyed. And then basically lay out how horizontal power structures are in deathly opposition to hierarchical power structures, whatever he wants to call that, right? So those are the two main ways that I would approach it. XL Step says, if I may ask, what does your family think about you being an anarchist? I've always been the sort of rebellious type that's going to just march by the beat of my own drum. So mom and dad are totally fine with it because they realized a long time ago that they don't get to control what I do with my life, and they're good parents. So they love me, and we are very close regardless. That being said, I grew up in a labor household. My dad was in a union, like talking to them and being like, yeah, the workers should own the means of production. They're like, yeah, that seems true. It's like, we should expand social programs. They're like, agreed. They're just sometimes kind of like a little bit socially conservative because they're conservative Christians or they're evangelical Christians. So got a new friendo, Carlos Andres Acosta Yaver. Oh, you're the one that I couldn't read your whole name earlier. Welcome to Friendo. I appreciate you becoming a recurring member. Alex Pereira's alt, he said, that's a very good idea. I kept pointing out to him that by his definition, a hospital and even a frat club would count as a state. He always changed the topic after I brought up that problem. No, don't let him change the topic. That's that when you get to that if he changed the topic, he knew he was wrong. You got to push him on it. Okay. Now it might be that in between, he's going to be thinking about it. He might kind of soften up to your viewpoint because you did that. Okay. But next time, you don't let him escape. Okay. If you have the same conversation again and you basically talk about how, you bring up, be like, yeah, well, you think just like a hospital would be a state, you just think any organization is a state. So like your definition of the state doesn't make any sense. And then put him on the defensive. I think what a lot of people don't understand about having these sort of back and forth disputes is that if you play defensive the entire time, people aren't going to think about your points. They're going to just afterwards congratulate themselves on how good of a job they did. You have to put them on their back, on their heels sometimes. Sometimes they have to be a little disoriented. Sometimes they have to be pushed to question the things that they're saying. And you shouldn't get like too aggressive, but you don't let them wiggle out of points like that. That's a key point. You have to not get off of it until it's resolved. And what you'll find is that it will resolve by him having to change his definition of the state. And that's going to be helpful for your conversations because he can't go back on it. You're not going to let him go back on it. Got a $10 donation from Theron Gilliland. I think that's how it's said. Have you had conversations with Marxist-Leninist YouTubers who trash anarchism? I'm thinking about recent response to Second Thought's video where they did the read On Authority by Engels thing. Actually, that video, I did a response video to Second Thought. I don't know if you saw the video, but that video got mildly viral. By my standards, it got viral. So you might want to go watch that video if you haven't already. But generally, I try not to focus too much of my attention on the channel on that. I think it's very much a perverse incentive to spend your time on response videos. So I only want to do them sparingly where I think that they are going to be really valuable. I also don't want to give legitimacy to people that I don't think have legitimate viewpoints that I don't think should be taken seriously. So. That being said, Second Thought, I'm not saying Second Thought shouldn't be taken seriously. I know some people have much more polarized opinions, but I wasn't coming at Second Thought like I disliked him as a person, but I did not like what he was portraying in that video, and for reasons I've already laid out. Hypnosis nails it. We're trained to avoid confrontation, but it's necessary for a revolution, for us to confront our cultural assumptions in uncomfortable conversations. Absolutely. In fact, I've been noticing this so much. A lot of conflict in our spaces comes from the fact that so many of us are conflict avoidant. And I know that sounds weird, but that's the thing. Conflict avoidance is actually a maladaptation. Okay, it's not actually good. Conflict avoidance is bad. It actually means that when there are these underlying tensions and problems that need to be dealt with, you are essentially just letting them brew and boil and build up pressure, and they get worse and worse and worse until they explode in some dramatic fashion where everything goes terribly wrong. If you don't have a space, if you don't cultivate spaces where people can disagree without getting violently angry at each other or without exploding, and you're constantly in this process of avoiding every single conflict, you're like, oh God, no, don't disagree. You're going to get more explosions that are going to be worse. And one thing I've found is it kind of seems like a lot of people in our spaces have avoidant attachment styles, but with our communities. It kind of seems like they want to avoid talking about the problems until they just can't stand it anymore. And then they get into a big, crazy argument because they just weren't able to have mature disagreements beforehand. And that's something our spaces need to get better at. And I'm constantly criticizing people in our spaces for doing it. And most of the time they treat me like I'm the bad guy when I say it. But I'm just going to reiterate. Our spaces are terrible at conflict, and that's not like we can't ascribe that to some outside cause. That's on us. We have to be better at conflict. We have to be better at charitably understanding other people's viewpoints, talking with them through it, staying calm and not getting angry when people disagree with us. We have to be able to work through challenging conversations without blowing up or trying to avoid them completely. Right now, our spaces are terrible at that. Terrible. And I include almost every space I've ever been in this. So just saying, people got to get their shit together. This one's on our communities. This is an interpersonal problem. Ultra Cosmic, $10, says, do you like Vosh? I have just done everything in my power not to comment on Vosh because no matter what answer you give, people just get angry. People get angry no matter what you say. The name Vosh being mentioned, like everybody immediately polarizes in a bunch of different directions, such that my opinion is nuanced. My opinion, there's lots of detail and thought. But if I were to present any of that, people would get angry. They'd get angry in both directions. The people who hate Vosh would get angry at me for not hating Vosh enough. The people who love Vosh would get angry at me for not supporting Vosh. And it's just like, it's a lose-lose. I just do not want to engage with the topic. No offense intended, because you did give me $10, but like, believe it or not, that's more detail than I usually give to this question, okay? And it's funny because it's directly related to what I just said, right? You can't actually have a mature conversation about the effect that Vosh and his approach has on our spaces, because people can't have that conversation. They either want to shut down the conversation completely, or they want to get really, really angry and start shouting at everybody and getting angry at everybody. I find it unusual. I think that's pretty... I think it's an extreme exaggeration of how much people should probably hate a YouTuber, but it is what it is. It is what it is. I've heard people call it Vosh derangement syndrome, and I kind of think it seems true. People really are just like obsessed. Like, it's parasocial. Y'all realize that, right? It's parasocial. Like, people only think of parasociality as being positive, but there is negative parasociality. Okay, like, I've been trying to think of a name for it. Parasocial hatred, a parasocial nemesis, right? I've heard people call it that, parasocial nemesis. It's unhealthy for y'all to hate people you don't know on the internet this much. I don't know how else to put it to you. And vice versa, it's unhealthy for some of y'all to have this sort of worshipful stance that you have, where you love Vosh so much nobody can say a negative word about him without you dogpiling him. Y'all are both out of control. I don't know how to explain it. Something about Vosh makes people so parasocial. It's way out of control. Way out of control. Just saying. Confused Lefty says, are people striking outside your apartment? No, that was like a jet coming by or something. It was so loud. That was so close to the ground. I wasn't sure how much y'all could hear that. That was loud. They're protesting against your views on Vosh. That's what that was. Somebody got in a jet. The moment that I mentioned Vosh, somebody got in a jet and they scrambled to come here and obscure the sound of the stream. That's how parasocial this all is. Confused Lefty says, do you think it's strategically a good idea to create pipelines from different ideologies to anarchism? I absolutely do. In fact, there was a period of time where I was beginning to create a huge cross-tabbed spreadsheet, which kind of like psychologized a bunch of different political ideologies and then discussed the rhetorical strategies which would bring somebody from any given ideology towards anarchism or libertarian socialism more broadly. And that was way too big of an undertaking for me by myself. There's a reason why they pay entire firms to do that kind of analysis. But I think it's very, very valuable. It's just a huge amount of work. Yeah. Eli says, I could not hear that plane. Fantastic. That's what I like to hear. Hassan Khan says, how do you talk to people who think liberalism is the farthest left you can go? Present to them how far left that you are. Tell them what you believe by contrast to liberals, and you'll see that perception change very fast. Confused Lefty says, I couldn't find the Discord server link on the channel perks section. Dang. Well, I'm reticent to put the server link here in the chat. And that's because when I've done it before, we got all kinds of different people and had to deal with people that were kind of assholes, to be honest. But because there were literally like 26 new members gifted during the stream, I'm going to do it this once. This is the Discord link to the Anark Discord server. And I know I'm kind of disincentivizing people joining my member section on YouTube and my Patreon and so on, but here it is. I don't want 26 of you not to have access. So, the rest of you want to join, feel free. But I'll just note that you have to be a libertarian, socialist, or anarchist of some variety to be on the server, and it's that simple. I'm just watching the flood. Just know that none of you are probably going to be admitted until the flood ends, just so y'all know. I also had to apologize to the administrators because there's going to be so much. Oh my God, this is ridiculous. Yeah, can you all hear the pings? It's like out of control. It's giving me alerts like something's wrong on your server, bro. Michael Shin, I intend to answer that question here in a moment. First, I'm going to answer this one by Sim Not Sam. Sim Not Sam says, Daniel, you say you enjoy and get a lot out of conflict. What is the best approach to get into that mindset, you think? Because I really want to enjoy it, honestly. Probably the first step is stop attaching your ego to it. I think what is happening with a lot of people when they get into conflict is they're immediately thinking about themselves. What does this person think of them? What does that mean about them? And they start thinking lots of self-thoughts. I think that people need to stop thinking as many self-thoughts. Stop thinking about you and yourself when you get into arguments and start thinking about ideas, the concepts that are being discussed. People need to separate themselves from their ideas. Okay, I've suggested this before, and people, tried to give me rebuttals and all this. Like some people can't, separate their ideas from themselves. No, that's not true. Like you absolutely can discuss ideas dispassionately, and you should try. It's a good thing to be able to discuss ideas dispassionately. If you cannot separate yourself from your ideas, then you need to learn to practice more free thought that is less inhibited by ego and self. You need to start thinking about how you can disattach yourself from ideas so you can look at them objectively. Then don't get me wrong, find your subjective relation to the analysis that you find. But if you cannot disattach yourself from your ideas and look at them from an outside perspective, you probably don't understand your ideas as well as you think you do. And that also means that when you get into a conversation, if somebody starts to undermine your ideas, you're probably not prepared to counter-argue because you never thought about your ideas deep enough to understand where somebody might counter argue against you. You didn't think about rebuttals and then your rebuttal to the rebuttals and then the rebuttal to your rebuttals to the rebuttals and so on and so on and so on. If you want to be prepared to have conflict, healthy conflict, you need to put yourself in a process where you're thinking about your ideas dispassionately. You need to be able to think about your ideas from every other perspective. Inside my head, anytime I entertain an idea, I'm immediately entertaining the opposing viewpoints to those ideas in the worst ways possible. I'm thinking about people who have the exact opposite perspectives from me. I'm thinking about how a fascist might respond. I'm thinking about how liberals might respond. I'm thinking about how authoritarian leftists might respond. I'm thinking about how any variety of other ideologies and viewpoints might respond. What I find is that when you have that sort of preparation beforehand and you're already in the mode of questioning your own ideas all the time, when somebody presents a viewpoint, you're not going to be nearly as intimidated. You're not going to be afraid that they're undermining your personhood. You've already done that in your own head. You've already thought your way through all of the objections. You already have rebuttals to the objections. And that will create within you a sense of calm. But you're not going to be able to do that insofar as that you attach yourself to your ideas, your personhood, to your ideas too much. If you attach yourself to your ideas too much, you are going to get nervous, you're going to get anxious, you're going to get angry, you're going to lash out at people when they disagree with you. And that is completely non-productive. You know, it's funny, we have this whole thing about don't tone police people. I just totally disagree. Everybody needs to do a little bit better policing their tone. We are on an internet where everyone is such a fucking asshole to each other all the time. People really need to calm the fuck down and say things rationally, because it is helping no one that everyone is constantly lashing out at each other every single time that anyone questions them. Extremely unhealthy. It leads to incredibly unhealthy spaces for us to be in. And it leads to basically certain types of people just trying to weaponize these behaviors in our spaces in order to create huge clusterfucks where everybody gets angry at each other. Like, it's really unhealthy and our spaces need to do better. We're back to that again. Our spaces need to do better. And this is one of those aspects. In order for people to get better at conflict, they need to stop having so much self-thought and stop self-centering so much. They need to disconnect themselves from their ideas and be able to think about their ideas objectively from the outside. Obviously, nobody can think purely objectively, but try to think from the outside as much as possible. And that involves, by the way, being brutally, ruthlessly critical of your own ideas. I'm trying to really get this across to you. When you think about the enemy viewpoint, and you think about how they might respond to your questions or your contentions, you need to not stop halfway and go, oh, but I disagree with them, so I can't think these things. I think a lot of people are afraid of thinking certain things and walking through those things and taking them to fruition and slowly and calmly and rationally within their head debunking the opponent's viewpoint. If you constantly keep yourself away from thinking things that make you scared and you like, oh no, I can't think about that thing. I can't think about this horrific opponent viewpoint because then I might, I don't know, it's this weird thing where you think you'll become that viewpoint if you think about it too much. Absolutely wrong. You are unprepared to deal with that viewpoint now because you haven't thought about it enough. You need to be prepared to sort of be in this mode of conflict with other viewpoints all the time. And you need to be inside of your head, critically examining your own viewpoints. And you'll find that if you're constantly in that position of thinking through the opponent's position all the way to the end and developing their counter argument as well as conceivably possible, and then developing your counter argument to their best counter argument and then repeating this process, you will be so good at conflict. Not only will you be good at like winning a debate, okay, because that's one way that you get really good at winning a debate, but it's also going to make you so much more capable of having calm, reflective dialogue with people. I want to emphasize that part the most, okay? This is not only important in winning debates, it lets you stay calm and have deeper conversations with people instead of just freaking out, lashing out at them, insulting them, trying to get them to stop. The reason you're doing that is because you're afraid. You're afraid of what they're saying. You're afraid of not having a prepared response to them. Or, and don't get me wrong, there are certain circumstances where you're lashing out because you realize this person is like the enemy. Don't get me wrong. There are certain occasions where somebody has said something to me. We're having a calm, reflective dialogue, and they say something to me, and it fills me with a sense of anger and disgust because I realize, oh, if there were a civil war or a genocide, this person would be running concentration camps. But I want to say, even in that occasion, even though like this fire like wells up in my chest, it still serves me best to calmly tear their arguments apart. And I might say, I'm generally very well prepared for the sorts of arguments they're going to make because I've already been thinking through them. I've already thought through, oh, they could say this, but then I would respond this. Oh, they could say that, but I could respond with such and such. And if you're prepared like that, you're going to probably be able to maintain your composure a lot more when the time comes. But that requires you to practice reflection and to be able to dispassionately observe your own viewpoints and to disconnect yourself from them a little bit. If you can't, you're probably always going to have this sort of reactive sort of approach to conflict. And conflict is always going to seem like a threat to you. And you're going to have a hard time as well delineating enemies from, friends who just have slightly different viewpoints from you. Because the truth is that if you haven't seen where entire lines of logic go, you might misassess some component of an enemy logic, which appears necessary, but is just related somehow, right? So this happens all the time, for example, with like individualist anarchists, where they think that organization is the state. It's like, no, the state is a form of organization, but not all organizations are states, right? The reason why this is happening is a knee-jerk response. It's a lack of critical reflection. They're not thinking about, oh, what are all the kinds of organizations that could be? What are the key characteristics of the state? And they think the key characteristic of the state is just something superfluous, like that it rests over a geographical body, or that it is the place where people come together to make decisions that they will all abide by. These are in no way characteristics of the state, but if you lack critical reflection about what the state is and what organizations are and how they function, then you can knee-jerk come to this sort of response. And this is just one example. There's many, many examples. But I noticed I've answered like several questions about this today. I think that this is how our spaces need to learn to engage. And a part of the reason why I think we don't engage well, that we don't do the things I'm saying, is because not enough people that are in our spaces spend nearly enough time talking to normal people. Normal people, not other radicals. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying like neglect your community. Your other radicals are valuable. They keep you sane, to be honest. Like it's so hard to live in this world otherwise. But you need to be prepared to stay calm and just like discuss these ideas when you talk with normal people. And you're going to find normal people say so many things that, wow, that sounds like a dog whistle. And it's like, it's not. It's not. They just don't know any better. They heard it on the news, or a friend of theirs said it the other day, and they didn't really think critically about it. It's just a thing they think now. And our spaces train people to not be prepared for these moments, to instead take small transgressions or incorrect ideas because people have incomplete and inconsistent ideological like web of ideology. Things are inconsistent. They don't think about how all the parts fit together. We hear one thing and we go, oh my God, that is a fucked up fascist thing for you to say. You must be a fascist. It's like, no, that's the wrong way to think of it. Instead, understand that most people just have inconsistent ideologies. Okay, they believe this thing over here and that thing over here and this thing over here and this thing over here, and they contradict each other because they're not thinking about how everything fits together. Most normal people are not spending their days thinking about how their political theory intricately weaves together. So yeah, that's my perspective. Hopefully that makes sense to you. All right. So it looks like the flood has ended. I'm actually going to go back and get rid of the Discord link. I think that's probably a big enough flood. If you want the Discord link later, send me a direct message. That is if you are a patron or a member. Oh man, where is it? I'm having a hard time finding where I posted the link. There we go. All right. So if you got in, that was it. That was the rush, y'all. Enjoy. Oh, and Swedish Socialist reminds me, I did a video on this topic called The Value of Dispute. I forgot to mention it, but it's called The Value of Dispute. It's literally everything I'm discussing right now. It's funny that I made that video so long ago, and yet I'm still talking about this same damn thing. It's funny though, you know, I'll talk with people that'll be like, oh yeah, that makes sense. And then those people will do the bad behaviors later. Yeah, I think I'm probably going to clip together a few of those because there was kind of a thread through numerous of these answers about our communities having bad base behaviors. I'll probably clip several of those together. I appreciate, by the way, anybody who's watching right now. If you are doing the time stamping for this video, I appreciate you so much. I know there's like 2 or 3 of you who every time you watch one of these live streams, you do time stamping, and I could not exaggerate to you how useful that is. Because when I go and make like those little short Monday clips and stuff, I use your tags. That's so helpful for me in producing kind of the shorter Monday drops. So. Hypnosis says, hierarchy teaches us to be this way. So long as hierarchy exists, we will keep having the same problems over and over. You know, I think you're right to some degree. I think you're right insofar as hierarchy creates this, you know, competitive culture. But I do want to emphasize that it just could be otherwise. You know, we have a choice in how we want to maintain our own culture. And there have historically been cultures that don't deal with it this way. You know, for example, I look at the Zapatistas. The Zapatistas have a much more discursive culture, and that's because they are better. I think it's that if I'm just being like really broad here, and I mean this in the most Buddhist sense, we have too much ego in our culture. We have too many I thoughts. We're thinking too much about ourselves. We're very self-centering. Every dialogue, we try to center ourselves in it. We try to figure out how that's about us. That statement is about me. My ideas are being threatened there. We need to think less about ourselves, and we need to think more about the world as it is and what our part is in that world. We need to start from how is the world actually, and then where am I in that? What does that mean for me? That's where the self-thought should come from. We have too big egos. That's the best way to put it. Our egos are too big. We need to make our egos smaller and think more about things as they are. That's not easy though. Don't get me wrong. That requires hard conversations. Alex Pereira's alt says, thoughts on Machno's ideas about collective responsibility? It's like very close to what I'm talking about here, actually. I think that we do have collective responsibility. And I think that's one of the things about horizontal power structures is they demand responsibility. And that's been said by so many anarchist theorists. But I think that a lot of people are not recognizing that responsibility starts now. That starts now. If solidarity, equality of structural power, and freedom are to be these sort of important concepts within anarchism, we have a responsibility to safeguard them. And you know that word solidarity? That word solidarity is about bonds of cooperation between us. We have a responsibility to safeguard the bonds of cooperation between us. And that's pretty much what I've been laying out, is people shirking that duty, is people not paying due respect to their responsibility to maintain solidaric connections with people who are their friends and family and loved ones and fellow radicals who they're struggling with. Solidarity is important. Atomization is bad. We should be working against atomization. And it seems like our spaces don't care at all. Seems like our spaces of every single kind are highly individualistic and practice zero collective responsibility when it comes to solidarity. They seem to basically do nothing. They would rather protect people who aren't even present a lot of the time than actually try to make good with the people that are right there in the discussion with them. Solidarity is a buzzword many times. People don't seem to take it seriously. I'm suggesting people take it seriously. Eve Path says, is that why the Zapatistas don't really label themselves the specific ideologies? Yeah, I think that's a big part of it, but I also think it's just because what they're trying to say is, you know, this is just the product of our original indigenous culture, of which we wouldn't have given a name to it unless you had differentiated it. You know, you can give a lot of different thoughts or a lot of different ideologies that we might be following, but we didn't read the books of any of those ideologues. We're doing this because this is our way of life. This is our culture. And so they're kind of reticent to give it any of these particular ideological names. Confused Lefty. Jarius nailed it, by the way, if you might be hearing me using some very Buddhist sounding talk here. Jarius says, Buddhists call that Trishna. It's a really intriguing and humbling topic. Yeah. I think the Buddhists are right on this one. Confused Lefty says, do you think it's a good strategy to dismantle MLM ideologies by pointing out the contradictions in their ideology instead of explaining it in anarchist terms because they might disagree? Yeah, it's a good way. It's a good approach. Generally, my approach, okay, in low stakes circumstances is to meet people where they're at, and I use their terminology to describe everything. Okay, this is what I think a lot of anarchists get real caught up on. Anarchists are obsessed with using particular language, which that particular language absolves them of everything. And they're terrified to use the enemy's language to describe things. What I would say is, in our theory, agreed. In our theory, we should use language which is consistent and which, you know, a sort of outlines the particular principles we want to see enacted and delineates those principles from the principles of the enemy. Absolutely necessary. But when you're talking with normal people, stow that shit. They don't need to use, you know, like, it doesn't matter if they agree to using the word prefiguration. It doesn't matter if they call your anarchist organization a state, unless it's like a thought terminating cliche. You have to overcome it in order to continue. But if like they want to call what you are doing democracy on steroids, roll with it. Roll with it. I would say the only time I would say that's not true is in our theory, don't do that. Only do that in like pamphlets or popularization materials or discussions with people in low stakes situations. But and the other time I would not do it is in high stakes situations. Don't do it in like a public debate or something. Okay. Like that would probably be a bad way to approach it. But even in like a public discussion where it's kind of more conversational, you might just meet people where they're at. I think that's a much better approach. If they don't like our definitions, don't insist on them, but continually return them to being like, so this, and this principle, this, and this principle. They go, and you go, cool. Well, that first thing I just described, that's what anarchists call prefiguration. And that second thing I just described, that's what anarchists call direct action. And if you kind of start from that backwards way, You start with the ideas and describing the ideas. Then after they've said, oh, cool, that makes sense, you go, that's radical idea. That's this piece of terminology you might have disagreed with beforehand. That I find is so effective. I still remember this time where I was in a bar one time and I was talking with someone and I don't know. I don't remember how the topic came up, but we were talking about politics, I think. And I kind of made this like vague motioning towards a political perspective I had. And they're like, oh, what is your political perspective? Or like, what's your politics? And I was like, well, I oppose all hierarchical power structures. And they were like, yeah, that makes sense. But if I'd said, well, I'm an anarchist, then they would have all of these other confusions. What I did instead is I kept talking about that. I oppose all hierarchical power structures. I think that they're malignant. They're like a cancer. Humans have to come together in solidarity. They have to cooperate. We have to create alternative bodies that liberate us within the world as it is now. And they go, yeah, that's dope. And I was like, yeah, that's called anarchism. And then he was like, oh shit, really? That's what anarchism is? But if I had started with, oh, I'm an anarchist, he'd have been like, oh, so you want to like burn stuff down or like Molotov cocktails or something? Like I do it the opposite way around most of the time. Don't get me wrong. If I think I'm going to have time to explain that, I might start with like, yeah, I'm an anarchist, I might start that way sometimes, but you're going to have to feel it out. I think the safest thing is usually to start the opposite way around. Eve Path says, in the past, you have said that you no longer identify with anarcho-syndicalism for a variety of reasons. Could you explain your problems with anarcho-syndicalism? I kind of had a long relationship with anarcho-syndicalism because the way I looked at it was anarcho-syndicalism was pretty much the social anarchist viewpoint. That's kind of how it seemed to me. It was just, at that time, that's kind of how I saw it. And, the way I looked at it was, anarcho-syndicalism advocated the development of like civil council bodies, but only in practice, not in theory. And that was always kind of a hard thing because I wasn't really sure what to make of that. I've always advocated there be a variety of different kinds of horizontal structures made. And those include like council bodies that are, situated over some geographical area, but that also includes unions, but that also includes cooperatives and so on. And so kind of like over time, what I realized is the theory of anarcho-syndicalism isn't really about that. As anarcho-syndicalism is very economically focused and is very much about radical trade unionism, but it kind of like tangentially always recognizes that there will be a variety of different kinds of forms created, but it focuses a lot on that federations of trade unions thing. But then the thing that kept me anarcho-syndicalist for a long time was that then I was like, yeah, but read about practice, read about what CNTFAI did, and you'll see they created all kinds of different bodies. They weren't limited by what they wrote about in their theory. So then I'm in this situation where I'm like, okay, well, does that mean that anarcho-syndicalism evolved and now modern anarcho-syndicalism recognizes all of the needs for those? Or does that mean that anarcho-syndicalism in practice refuted itself? And I struggled with the question for literally like a year, maybe even like 2 years. And I wasn't able to really answer the question. I still think it's not entirely clear. It might be one or the other, depending on how you look at it. For me, I just realized that it was probably just easier to just refer to myself as an anarchist more broadly. I need to call myself specifically an anarcho-syndicalist in that sense. Because I'm not actually all about those, just the trade unions. So it might confuse people if I were to tell them that I'm an anarcho-syndicalist, and then they were to be like, oh, so you want to do like revolutionary trade unionism? And I'm like, yeah, that's part of it, you know? And they're like, okay, so how are you an anarcho-syndicalist, right? It's like, that's not my sole focus. So the tendency, which is closer to what I am, would be platformism or a specifismo. More specifically, a specifismo. So. Scotty says, is direct democracy and abolishing the state the same thing? No. You could have direct democracy and still have the state. Direct democracy, in my mind, just means that all proposals are proposed, deliberated, and voted on by the people. You could then also have a state, which is to say you could have them vote on a majority of things, but then they could put into place, systems of representation about the banks and the military and stuff like that. I would say that would be negative. I would say it only could remain, but others might argue that would mean that it's kind of phasing out of direct democracy and into representative democracy. And that might be a fair argument. But I could still imagine there being a state, having a direct democracy, if there was still a state, where you kind of like appoint some members of the state, but things still root from the bottom. It's a complicated question. What's up, Robert? How you doing? Knowledge and Defense says, what about anarcho-communism? I would say I fit in the umbrella of anarcho-communist. I'm an anarcho-communist, but I specify further than that in general. I drink a lot of water, y'all. I drink a lot of water. Oh, Michael Shin, I'm so sorry, I forgot, but I don't remember what the original phrasing was, but you said it is a strong community culture, like in Latin America or in Spanish Catalonia, a hard prerequisite for anarchy. I think it's not that you have to have it there when you start building. It's that when you build, you need to also be creating it. So like, if it's already there, then they've already just done a bunch of the legwork for you. A bunch of the legwork's already done. And so therefore you can just build off the back of that. And that's so helpful, incredibly helpful. But if it's not already there, you do need to begin building it, because it is one of the 4 fields of power structures, and that's interpersonality. If you do not have healthy horizontal interpersonality, like we've been discussing, our communities actually have a very poor interpersonality a lot of the time. If you don't have healthy interpersonality, then you're not going to be able to do the rest of the fields. You're not going to be able to change people's ideological conceptions. You're not going to be able to build enduring horizontal power structures. You're not going to be able to claim and maintain and restore a relationship with your environment. Those things aren't going to be possible. You have to do everything all at the same time, unfortunately. It's the hard part. But yeah, that's my perspective on that. I think that it's an enormous boon to start with an already developed kind of more horizontal community, but it doesn't mean that you have to have it in order to get started. Eve Path says, is a system of direct democracy not a state? Individuals are subject to the decisions of the majority, thus meaning the majority has authority over them. That assumes the phrase direct democracy is also majoritarian. And this is really just kind of category. Depends on how you categorize all of this. However, I consider it a category error to think that direct democracy is inherently majoritarian. It doesn't have to be. You can have direct democracy that is a consensus democracy. And I would say that consensus democracies are just a form of direct democracy. There's majoritarian and there's consensus direct democracies. So that's actually not the case if that categorization, as I'm saying there, holds, which I think it does. That's kind of generally not only how most academics would think of it, but kind of historically. But yeah. One says, I've recently read Felipe Correa saying that anarcho-communism is about production and distribution, but anarcho-syndicalism or specifismo are about organization. I agree. That's a great way to put it. Yeah, a lot of people seem to think that you can't do more than one of these tendencies at the same time, but that all depends, right? So I'll go like on the Anark server, I'm tagged with all the tendencies I put. And my tendencies, as I've put them, are anarcho-communist, specifist, platformist, libertarian socialist. Those are the main ones that I've got here. And that kind of emphasizes, it's like you can be all those together. I would say it's kind of like just Venn diagrams with nested smaller circles inside of it. No synthesis, or Arthur Sage says, so you're a synthesis anarchist? Actually, no. Synthesis anarchism bases itself around actually trying to, it's almost like a claim. The claim is that all of the anarchist tendencies actually agree and that they're just different aspects of successful struggle. So synthesis anarchism is a sort of all of the above approach, whereas I'm actually not saying all of the tendencies are correct. I think that numerous of the tendencies are wrong, but I do think that there are nuggets of truth within each of them. So this is what has led some people to call themselves anarchists without adjectives. However, my perspective is still selective. I'm picking out particular portions that I think have validity within them. And you'll notice that after I pick out all those portions, the answers that I come to are social anarchist. They're not individualist anarchist. They're not like mutualist. They're not synthesis anarchist, because I'm not claiming that all of those other tendencies have it all, that we all just have a piece of the puzzle and we're all right in a different way. Like, I don't believe that. I think that broadly social anarchism is correct, but that it has things to learn from the other tendencies. So that's why I just generally just call myself anarchist, period. Confused Lefty says, is a specifismo consistent with libsoc unity? I think that it depends on how you interpret it. The way that they write it, the way that a specifismo is actually written in its theory and its practice, it is specifically anarchist. But I think that you'll find that the way that a specifismo can very much be adapted to the needs of a libertarian socialist, specifically libertarian socialist organization, kind of like a specifically anarchist organization. And that's pretty much what what Cooperation Tulsa has done, and what most of the cooperations have done. Eve Path says, oh my God, I joined an anarchist unity server once. Most of them were anarcho-capitalists and anarchists without adjectives who didn't realize that capitalism was inherently coercive. Yeah, see, it's weird because anarchist unity could just mean what it means, anarchist unity, or it could be one of these pan-archist spaces for co-option. You know, ANCAPs love doing this thing where they try to do anarchist unity, but what they really mean is they just want everybody to accept anarcho-capitalism as being part of anarchism, which it's not. And anarcho-capitalism is not anarchism. So those servers are really just co-option spaces. XL Step says, are you interested in learning other languages? Yeah, I'm interested in it, but I don't really have a knack for learning languages, so it is a huge effort for me. I would like to learn Spanish. I know a little bit of German just from taking it in college, but I think I'd like to learn Spanish. That being said, it's kind of hard to get started learning a language, I've found. Chemical Brother nails it. He says, anarcho-capitalism seems more like a Trojan horse by capitalism than anything else. That's exactly what it is. Anarcho-capitalism is a Trojan horse by capitalism to co-opt liberatory movements. That's essentially what it is. It's trying to water them down and confuse people and lead them into reaction. Nice. The mods are keeping up with the new people pretty well here. Glad to say. Nice. Yeah. Knowledge and Defense says, if we acknowledge that ANCAPs aren't real anarchists, shouldn't we also view tankies as not view tankies as real leftists? Some of them straight reject the leftist label. The ones who are rejecting the leftist label seem like they're mostly fascists pretending to be leftists. No, leftism is not a grouping of tendency. Anarchism is kind of a grouping of tendency. That is to say, it's a grouping of people who have the same kind of like strategic goals more generally. Leftism is not. Leftism is not a grouping of tendency. Leftism is a political descriptor. It's a descriptor of a bunch of different political ideologies, a bunch of which don't actually agree with each other and cannot form coalitions. But not every word has to apply to a grouping of tendencies. So I don't really see an issue calling them leftists just because I don't think leftist unity is real. So it doesn't matter. Amoeba says, do you think anarchists could benefit from reading anarchists who aren't written in English or a common lingua franca, i.e. reading Spanish, Vietnamese, Portuguese? Yeah, absolutely. I think it's not necessarily accessible to everyone, but insofar as it is accessible, you should, because there's actually a lot of great things written in a bunch of different languages. Spanish really sticks out. There's a lot of great anarchist materials written in Spanish and, of course, Portuguese, given a specificismo. Knowledge and Defense says, how do you define leftism? For me, leftism is a grouping of ideologies which are all about militant labor radical or a militant labor organization. They are about emancipation of working class people. They look at the economy and they wish to abolish things like private property, and they wish to institute forms of social or collective ownership. Why D6CR says, what are your thoughts on anarchists or some militants having a mentality of doing more pressure on others for not doing enough? Or more active militants having more deliberating power? Well, those seem like two different questions, but the first one I think is a symptom of that kind of lifestyleism I've been talking about. Everybody's focusing in on the other radicals they know. They're trying to do pressure campaigns on individuals. They're not thinking about how to build anything that lasts or that has any sort of enduring power that could actually threaten these power structures. They it's a form of sort of people recognizing they don't have power and all they have is sort of interpersonal pressure tactics. And I personally just don't think it's the right way to go. I mean, I just don't think it really gets a lot done. You know, it leads to this sort of performative activism. I think it leads a lot of the time to this sort of liberal respectability politics. You know, it leads to like people doing the blacking out their avatars during Black Lives Matter, being like, yeah, I stand with BLM. They've got hashtag BLM in their you know, description. But what are they actually doing in the real world? Not shit. Not shit. And so this behavior of just trying to get everybody to like, you know, sort of perform their radicalism rather than do their radicalism, I think that it's a symptom of liberalism. The second one is more active militants having more deliberating power. I think that in a more general sense, in horizontal structures, it's just that those who are more active generally have more deliberating power because they're just there. They're just there to make decisions. They're there to make proposals. I'm not saying that's good, but that is just kind of the natural way that it goes. Knowledge and Defense says, but doesn't leftism also include radically defending women and minorities? No, I don't necessarily think it has to. That's sort of the problem. That's sort of the problem. I think that leftism should, if it's intersectional, but I think that we can see throughout history that there has been a large amount of leftism which has totally left women and minorities behind. Actually, I think that's one of the main critiques of historical leftism is that it has been too economically reductionist. But it should. But I think that's why I'm an anarchist, not just a leftist. I'm an anarchist because my commitment is to dismantling all oppressive hierarchies. And that means being more than a leftist. Arthur Sage says, can you be a social anarchist with ANCAP tendencies? No. Social anarchism is actual anarchism, therefore it's opposed to anarcho-capitalism. Any form of capitalism is not anarchism, insofar as there's any remaining aspect of capitalism. John Doe says, what was the catalyst that caused anarchists to stop being quote unquote radical? Before, an anarchist killed a US president. Anarchists revolted plenty in Europe, but now it's much more mellow. You know, that is a question I've thought about many times myself. And I actually don't know. I've had this conversation with so many people trying to figure out, like, what is the difference between us now and them then? And, you know, I talked about this in my video about Aaron Bushnell, about how it feels like we're in an era where people don't sacrifice like they once did. They don't have that kind of commitment to radical militant revolt. I don't see that as much these days, but the presence is rising. Militancy is increasing, but now we need that militancy to coordinate with the creation of enduring power structures. And I think that will probably fire up that feedback cycle, if I had to guess. This is my perspective. I also think, truthfully, it's because of some of the things I've been discussing in this live stream about us having a bad culture, about our culture, our interpersonality being garbage, and us focusing all on attacking one another, and us having kind of like a little exclusionary social cliques instead of radical groups, and us not having any integration with the masses. I think that that's a big part of it. Poor understanding of solidarity, low collective responsibility. I think that's a big part of it. People don't recognize that they have a responsibility to others. The word responsibility makes people knee-jerk react a lot of the time. Even people I love and respect, I've seen them, they knee-jerk react in a negative way to this word responsibility. But it's so important. We all have responsibility to each other. That's how this works. Anarchista brings up one point. It's something I've considered before. Maybe there are more people with more to lose. And yeah, that's probably another part of it. People were probably just more destitute in a general sense. They were pushed further toward the bottom of the rungs of society. And therefore, militant action seemed more reasonable. They weren't going to lose everything in the prospect, or if they did, there wasn't much that they lost in the prospect. But even then, it doesn't really explain how people in positions of extreme privilege would step down from those positions of privilege to engage further in that radicalism. I think another part of it is kind of what I was saying, is that there was a recognition that they would be contributing to something that really mattered, something that already had steam, that was pushing forward, that was actually doing heavy lifting in society. People could have confidence that they were engaged in this thing that really did something. That it wasn't just a protest cycle. It wasn't just, a little bit of civil disobedience. They were building the bodies that would revolutionize society. Once you've got something like that, you'll sacrifice for it. That's a big part of it, I think. I think that it's also just that, the unions were a very useful vector because it really got people highly committed to this revolution. Now it mattered. If the state suppressed their unions, that suppressed them. And so they were willing to fight for those unions. Those unions provided them something. It wasn't just an idea. It wasn't just a group held together by an ideology or a loose affinity. It was held together by real material factors to what benefited them in life. And I think that's what we need to be figuring out how to do, is to how to get people, join people together in such a way that they see group benefit in defending these structures of solidarity. That we need to be empowering people so that people don't want to lose their power, that these horizontal structures empower them, and therefore they will fight for these horizontal power structures to continue surviving. Maximus 3 says, you talk about economic reductionism, but don't you think there's such a thing as identity reductionism? And if so, do you think it's a problem? Yeah, there is. They're both equally not intersectional. Identity reductionism is real, and it also causes problems. And in fact, you'll see that if people get too hard in on identity reductionism of various kinds, and they forget these other aspects of solidarity and anti-capitalism, a lot of them just go on to kind of become get involved in liberal representation politics. They'll just go and beg for power from hierarchical power structures. That definitely can happen. But I think the point is that all of those forms of reductionism are wrong. We need to be thinking about the intersectional approach of anti-hierarchy. Anti-hierarchy is the truly intersectional approach, is what I'm trying to say. Hypnosis adds to that previous discussion. The state has also learned to repress us in our minds more than in our real lives in many cases. Yeah, that's another aspect of it. Their propaganda is so much more prolific. Oh my God. Graeber talks about how during the late 1800s, it was sort of just accepted that capitalism was going to be revolutionized just like feudalism had been, and that its time was coming because it was just miserable. And people took that for granted. And even power structures thought that it was the case to some degree. There was actually lower long-term investments because of that. In the modern day, this sort of end of history ideology has truly taken over. Their propaganda is so much more sophisticated than it was back then. I should also note that it's been almost 4 hours, and I think I'm about reaching my end on how much I want to stream today. Eve Path says, do you think that council communists can work with anarcho-communists to achieve the common goal of communism? Do you think they have any significant disagreements that could hinder cooperation? I think council communism is basically just Marxist anarcho-syndicalism. Council communists keep trying to think up all kinds of, it's funny, there was a council communist who joined the anarchist Discord server because council communism is a form of libertarian socialism. And they tried to engage to tell people how council communism was different from anarcho-syndicalism. And they ended up only pointing out things that anarcho-syndicalists actually believed already. They kept being like, well, the difference between anarcho-syndicalists and council communists is X. And then the thing that they said was actually something that anarcho-syndicalists already believed. They'd be like, well, anarcho-syndicalists believe false thing that they thought the anarcho-syndicalists believed. Like it was a straw man or whatever. I don't think they were intending that. But they thought that these were true delineations, and they weren't. They literally could not bring up any useful delineations. Pretty much the only difference is council communism just comes from a Marxist background and anarcho-syndicalism comes from an anarchist background. So yes, absolutely they can cooperate. Anarchists already accept anarcho-syndicalists. They should be able to accept council communists. The problem is actually in the opposite direction. Council communists are obsessed with keeping their place among the Marxists. They refuse to organize with I was going to say anarcho-syndicalists, but anarchists more broadly, because they have all kinds of misconceptions about anarchism, and they don't want to be kicked out of their social circles by contending that any form of Marxism could actually cooperate with the petty bourgeois idealism of anarchism. It's false. The council communists, if they were really paying attention to anarchist theory, they would already be cooperating with anarchists. Council communists are essentially just Marxists who accidentally stumbled on anarchism. RD says, with the specifismo, when organizing, how should anarchist orgs interact with non-anarchist orgs? Left unity is no good, but we also don't need to live in a bubble. I would say that in general, you should focus on tactical things you hold in common, and that you should probably, it'd be okay for you to, for example, be present in planning meetings where there's organizing for large-scale coordinated things taking place. But that in a general sense, you should really not make a whole lot of alliances or anything with these liberal or authoritarian groups. I'm not saying that you should never be present, but you should probably limit it and try to focus on building the power of horizontal structures instead. That being said, remember that organizations are not the movement. Organizations are within the movement, but they are not the movement themselves. Therefore, the job of anarchists should be to go to the people. It should be to communicate with the masses that are actually participating in the social movement. Remember that that's the focus. That's the focus of a specifismo, is a return to the people. It's a desire to mobilize the masses and be present in organic struggles of the masses and to drive those organic struggles towards higher militancy. One of the things, and this is big deal, okay, is that organizers tend to get confused and they think that organizing is about organizing other organizers. They think that it's all about trying to coordinate with other radicals, that all they're trying to do is, oh, there's another group in town that thinks X and there's another group in town that thinks X. And they think their main priority is to try to work with those other groups. It's not. Organizing organizers usually just leads to kind of a big circle jerk. You're all just like attending each other's, meetings, and wow, you had an event and it was only people from radical organizations that showed up. And it's just like a little ecosystem where only radicals ever talk to other radicals and they have no communication with the masses of people at all. That is never going to make anything happen. That's what leads us to our little affinity group protest cycle method, is trying to just organize other organizers. The solution to the problem is to organize normal people. It's to interact with the masses. It's to actually radicalize and spread radical ideology to large groups of normal people. Your focus should be on organizing the masses, not other organizers. That's not to say that you should like neglect if there are other organizers in town. Organize with them if they have your same interests. But we have a big tendency to overemphasize the importance of impressing other organizers in town. It's not to say you should purposely try to disappoint them, but they really do not make or break anything. That's kind of one of the delusions of our modern movement, is organizers think that if all they do is they do little pressure campaigns and they have little, call outs and all of that, blah, 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 that they're going to that's somehow going to lead to any form of militant radicalism, when in reality, all it does is it just excludes individuals from a group of 20 people, or 50 if you're lucky, I guess, in your city. But it's really ineffective. We're so insular. We spend all our time just trying to impress other radicals. The other organizations are really not that important. You're going to get so much more done trying to actually connect with normal people and organizing normal people together. It's harder, but it's way more important. Way, way, way more important. So insofar as those other organizations, I mean, there may be some things you could do to cooperate with them, but I wouldn't overemphasize it. I'd just out-organize them. Confused Lefty says, isn't the affinity model group very effective and safe during heavy state suppression? It's effective for survival, but it's not effective for winning. Take, for example, the FAU. They went underground and they survived the repression by the Uruguayan state, but they certainly didn't win. The only examples we have of anybody winning is making big formal organizations. And those big formal organizations get enough power to defend themselves. The affinity group model is survival mode. Okay? It basically means you already lost and now you're just trying not to get wiped out or politically oppressed. And maybe you're trying to continue seeding the form of radicalism as much as possible within what remains. And that's it. That's pretty much all it can do. I would say as it spans larger and becomes more effective, it starts to become more organized and therefore loses many of the characteristics which make it so hard to target by the state. I think it essentially, it's survival mode. So many good questions here, but also I'm running out of steam a little bit. So Mo Plum asks, how do we replace courts in our society? Why are there not that many anarchists in law departments? Well, because obviously being a police officer or being in law departments is participating in the very structure of hierarchy you're trying to dismantle. It'd be the same reason why anarchists don't want to become CEOs, or anarchists don't want to become plantation owners, or anarchists don't want to, take any variety of positions of power. Hierarchical power corrupts the people that hold it just as much as the people who are subjected to it. But how do we replace courts? I mean, it depends on how you define courts. Kind of back to some of the stuff we've been discussing during the stream, right? It's like, if all you mean by court is a place where there is deliberation on how some form of punishment or repercussion might be doled out, you're never going to eliminate courts. Those are always just going to exist, either formal or informal, but informal, they'll be less accountable. And in that sense, the Zapatistas, for example, have courts, right? If that's all you mean, it's just that place where you're deliberating repercussions, then there will always be courts. There's no way to get rid of that. But if what you mean by courts is the current system of the judiciary, with judges and, formal dictate of law and enforcement through police and, these sort of inflexible rules and norms that are unitarily determined by the judges and district attorneys and stuff. No, that's bad. That's a hierarchical system. But a horizontal version of courts will probably persist and has pretty much existed in every form of horizontal society that's ever existed, including the ones that anarchists create. And that's because just like you're going to need a place where you deal with the problems you're facing in society. You're not always going to have happy, perfect, fun time in your society. Sometimes there are going to be conflicts within your society, even when you got things figured out. We're not even talking about warfare. Let's just get past the whole POW thing. But there are always just going to be crimes of passion. There are always going to be crimes of people just being jealous and vindictive. It's just always going to happen. Not everything is driven by capitalism. Sometimes things just aren't good, and you have to be able to deal with that. So some form of court will probably exist. I've called it a horizontal justice system before. People don't like that. But I think in the Zapatistas, they call them justice councils. If that's more amenable to you, it's kind of what's going on. It's more like a council, less like the court, you might say. This is another one of those places like we've talked about, how the words, we try to choose the words that are good things and the bad words for the bad things. Some people might be like, no, courts are the hierarchical thing. And if you want to create a court, you're creating the hierarchical thing. And then somebody goes, okay, well, I want to create this other thing that's not the hierarchical thing. Oh, that's a justice council. It's fair enough. We can do that if you like, but a lot of people, that's just not going to be helpful for them. So that's kind of my perspective on that. I think that we'd be reforming the structure of courts in that sense if we took that broad version of courts. Confused Lefty says, fascism is generally associated with centralizing the power to a single person or the state, but they also privatize a lot of industries. Aren't those contradictory? No, because privatization is hierarchicalization. The idea is not that they're just trying to create a single hierarchy. Don't get me wrong, it's a big part of it. That's why there's lots of nationalization campaigns as well. But it's that they are trying to bolster all of the existing hierarchical power structures within society against the forces of progress. Okay, so capitalism is one of those. Fascism looks at capitalism and it says, there's a bunch of functioning hierarchical power structures that can be utilized and bound together under this single unitary function that together all of the hierarchical power structures will benefit from it. Okay, and this is why fascism is using this metaphor of the bundle of sticks. Capitalism is one of these forces of hierarchy. It wishes to bind together into the bundle in order to create an incredibly powerful confluence of hierarchical power structures. So big corporations are hierarchical power structures, which are useful to fascism. White supremacy, useful to fascism because it's a hierarchical power structure. The state, highly useful to fascism because it's a hierarchical power structure. And what they want is all of these hierarchical power structures that represent regression or reaction to be empowered maximally. That's what's really going on in fascism. It's not just the state centralizing tendency. Carpet Pax is kind of on the same vibe I'm getting at here, and that is that private ownership is, by its nature, imposes a hierarchy. I don't know how to say this name, but it's Leldornix. They said it would be harmful to have all legal cases decided by the General Assemblies, in my opinion, both logistically and morally. We need lawyers, judges, and juries, and they could be elected or appointed by delegates. This actually turns out to just not be true. In fact, we have test cases. So when we look at the Zapatistas, for example, the Zapatistas are in a pretty crime-ridden part of Mexico. They're in Chiapas, and Chiapas is one of the poorest areas in all of Mexico. And when they came to power, there were already formal hierarchical court systems and criminal justice systems that function like you say, that function, in the traditional way we just discussed. And when they instituted justice councils, like I've been describing, their incidence of crime went down, and so did recidivism. In fact, the Zapatista justice councils are so much more effective at doing anything you might want a justice system to do, that people from surrounding areas who aren't even part of the Zapatista territories and are not Zapatistas themselves will take their cases to the Zapatista justice councils, because the Zapatista justice councils are known to be so much superior to the traditional hierarchical criminal justice system of Mexico. Knowledge and Defense says, should we exile serial killers or keep them locked in rehabilitation centers? The latter, in my opinion. I think exile of harmful people is a form of harm. If you have not made any attempt to rehabilitate that person and you have not attempted to stop them from doing harm, just shirking them off on another community is almost like you did the thing that person is doing to that community. You are almost directly responsible for it. You basically said, you can't be in this victim pool. We're just going to put you into a different victim pool. We don't mind if you hurt other people. Just go over there and hurt other people. You take fucking Ted Bundy and you're like, man, well, I'm terrified of prisons. So I'm just going to have Ted Bundy go over to the city next door and start killing people instead. Oh, I did my moral duty. I didn't kill anybody and I didn't imprison anybody. Look how morally upright I am. Meanwhile, Ted Bundy's over there killing people in the community next door because you didn't want to deal with Ted Bundy. No, I consider that highly irresponsible. Obviously, if somebody is a serial killer, you're going to have to do something to detain them and stop them from harming people. Obviously, the death penalty is not a better solution unless you really just think that we're all just blameless little angel children that never do any wrong and would never accidentally sentence somebody to death who did not deserve it, as if that's not the current problem of the death penalty. Ex Orpheus says, do you believe doing public readings of anarchist theory at pro-Palestinian rallies and encampments is good praxis? Been seriously considering this as a huge bookworm. I gotta say, probably most people wouldn't even listen, or they'd think it was weird. I mean, I hate to say that, but I think more if you wanted to do something in that vibe, maybe you should go table zines and literature. Maybe you should go start a little like a popular education thing where you just go out and you table with you make an initial investment and then you do have people pay as they please. This is what Scissortail did when we tabled literature for a while. So what we did is we did an initial investment for some books, and then of course we printed zines, and the zines were free. But the books, we basically had a little bookmark in them that said what we paid for the book. It says, pay as you please, but this is what we paid, and then maybe we'd have like a preferred price to be like, it'd be cool if you could pay at least this much. So we'd make like this much profit so we could expand the info shop. And that worked really well. We always came out ahead, always expanded our inventory every single time. And I think that might be better, and just have like discussions with people about those things. That's probably the better way to go, because in general, I think that people are not nearly as open to soapboxing as they were back in the day. Soapboxing used to just be normal. You'd go out in public and people would be up there giving a speech and stuff like that. It didn't happen all the time, but it happened pretty regularly. In the modern day, that just weirds people out. They just find that really weird. I don't think it's probably radicalizing anyone in the process. Eve Path says, how do you reconcile putting people in rehabilitative centers in which they are ruled by the community? That means a hierarchy exists. I guess the problem is that a lot of people don't understand that self-defense is not a hierarchical power structure. It's the dissolution of a hierarchical power structure. So this person, we're talking like a Ted Bundy or something. Ted Bundy wants to go around murdering people. Putting them in a rehabilitation center or detaining them somehow is self-defense from Ted Bundy murdering more people. That's not a hierarchical power structure. That's a defensive structure. That's what horizontal power is based in, is self-defense. So I don't really see it that way. I don't really see that as a hierarchical power structure. And might I add, then, in my conception, the inmates of any, a rehabilitative facility that were created should be the ones that determine how that is done. And personally, I don't even think it should be a facility. I think it should just be a full-sized city or whatever, where they just run the city. They just can't leave the city. And we just, monitor them and try to give them rehabilitative services. They're required to go to therapy, and they're required to, try to figure out how to make amends with people they've harmed and stuff like that. That's just going to be necessary. Like, you hope to make that just as much of a mimic society as conceivably possible. And this is what I talk about in After the Revolution. This is the most humane way to fix this problem. Eve Path then clarifies. So on a small scale, you could create a rehabilitative commune. Yeah, that's exactly right. It's pretty much what I'm getting at. Knowledge and Defense points out, rehab for an addict is also different than a killer. The former should be allowed to leave if they want. Yeah, absolutely agreed. Obviously, this is all going to have to be conditional. It's going to have to be based on specifics. I think this is one of the big things that a lot of anarchists have historically pointed out, is that the construct of law is largely a problem about when it comes to prosecution and all of that, because it sort of standardizes everything. It makes everything seem like it's exactly equal, that every crime is precisely the same in all circumstances, and there aren't particular conditions and things that are, specific qualities which would make you want to intervene in different ways based on that. Bookchin talks a lot about this, about the liberal conception of justice being about equality before the law. But then this leads to people being severely mistreated because it's assumed that every crime, if it's the same crime, is committed in the exact same circumstances, and that everybody should therefore be treated the same. I would say that everything really needs to be very specific. And this is probably why those Zapatista justice councils are doing so well, is because they're actually just deciding things based on the circumstances that seem to arise in front of them. And they also have a big emphasis on people being forced into community accountability when they do things wrong. Eve Path asks another good clarifying question. In justice councils, how do you think precedent should be utilized? Is the concept of precedent inherently bad? No, I do not think the concept of a precedent is inherently bad, but I do think that overemphasis on precedent can lead to real problems. So I think precedent is good insofar as that you're looking at a situation and you're like, wow, okay, this is complicated. We want to be neutral. As much as possible. We don't want to, let our biases come into this. And if you're afraid that there's something about your biases is involved, you might want to just kind of settle on precedent. Look for the precedent that has the most similarities, and then probably try to do something like precedent. But unlike in our court system, precedent is like, it's a mild form of law. Because it indicates that is the law. That indicates that it's consistent with the current laws. And so precedent alters law as it goes. It's essentially a form of legalistic amendment to law. And that's pretty dangerous. A lot of bad things have happened because of that. So we don't want to overemphasize precedent. We want precedent to be present as something we're aware of and that we use when we when there don't appear to be any sort of extenuating specific circumstances that we need to take into account. But we don't want to become obsessed with precedent, thinking that we have to always decide by precedent. Our Brain Hurts a Lot says, yeah, a money launderer, a rapist, a killer, a drug dealer, they're all the same. Now I get what you mean when you say that the state is a simplification machine. Yeah, and I mean it in so many different ways. This thesis plays out in so many different arenas that's why I'm so confident about my analysis at this point, is it really is present everywhere. It really is like one of the key features of hierarchical power is that they simplify things. They simplify complexity to the degree it starts to suffocate complexity. So here we see that just in the realm of the justice system. Lauren Miller says, how do we rehabilitate weak liberal centrists? Can they be rehabilitated, or do we give them a one-way ticket to Pluto? I want to emphasize that when I'm talking about rehabilitation, I'm not talking about ideological rehabilitation. I do not think that people's ideology should determine whether they're ever detained. I don't think people should be detained for their ideology. They should only be detained for their actions. So weak liberal centrists are a huge annoyance, but they should not be imprisoned just for being weak liberal centrists. That's my perspective. Yeah, okay. Gotcha. Just making sure. Riri says, I see what you mean, but isn't that a long-term goal? At least the people I've talked to wanted to know, what do we do if the majority of the community are enablers? Well, it should be said, this is like every other power structure that we need to create. Like every other structure, we have to develop a new structure that has the behaviors we want and that prefigures the sort of society that we want to see. And that requires deliberative effort. We can't just rely on how communities already are in this sort of interpersonal mechanism to solve problems. Interpersonality doesn't usually solve problems. Interpersonality is just one means of a power structure. It's just one of the many aspects of a power structure. So what you're going to see is that interpersonality is actually extremely unaccountable and is going to tend to let enablers just let people who are bad get away with it. It's only through the formal process of developing your standards and saying, here's what our rules and norms are, that you can then begin to develop good behaviors around holding people accountable. But the problem, you're kind of pointing out how the informality is the problem. And in fact, what you're going to find is that in general, if all you're doing is going to an interpersonal structure and you're telling them, hey, hold this person accountable who's done wrong, they're going to say, I'm here for interpersonality. I'm not here for holding people accountable. I'm here to go get drinks with friends. I'm here to hang out and play video games, right? There's no structure nor expectation of accountability in those communities because nobody is there for this sort of thing like accountability. You need to create spaces where there are formal structures for accountability, where you don't just get to shrug that off. You don't just get to shirk that burden of holding people accountable because it's easier. You instead, as I said, you develop those rules and norms around that being done, and then you do it and you practice it. You practice doing it, okay? Because it's not easy. Everybody likes to imagine, oh, well, the alternative is going to be better. No, the alternative is hard, yo. It requires a lot of effort. It requires emotional exhaustion. It requires people having to confront people they don't want to confront about issues that are probably triggering for them and are very difficult issues. It requires risk. You might do it wrong, yo. Like, for real. You might do it really wrong. And that's the hard part. That's the prefiguration. This is a learning process, but the learning process has to be deliberate, and just a community of people, not deliberate enough for this to actually become anything. So it's over 4 hours now. Think I'm going to stop right about there. I noticed that after the 4 hour mark, that's when I kind of start falling off, and my thoughts are a little bit less cogent and stuck together. So I think this is about where we're going to end it. So I'll just kind of begin on the housekeeping stuff. For anybody who wasn't here at the beginning of the stream, I'm going to be doing these live streams on the last Friday of every month, not the first Friday of every month. And that's because I'm part of a group called Cooperation Tulsa, and we table at an event called First Friday, and it takes place, as the name suggests, on the first Friday of every month. And that takes place like right now, I would already be late for the event if I were doing this on the first Friday. So that means I can't do longer live streams. That means that I have to rush and get things together really rapidly, or I have to do weird stuff. We're just going to cut that out we're not going to have those problems. So instead, we're just going to do these on the last Friday of every month. And I intend to return to our regular publishing schedule starting this coming week. Part 4 of A Modern Anarchism. The script is completely written. And now it's time for voiceover. Unfortunately, voiceover is a huge pain in the ass, expected to take at least a couple weeks from now. And then will come video production, and then will come music and all that stuff. That's, a little ways out from now. But part 4 of A Modern Anarchism is definitely on its way. We are moving. I think that is about it. Anark Abridged, I'm going to continue doing these lectures until we finish out the summaries of some of my previous videos. Then I plan to return to Liberation and Action. People seem to like Liberation and Action videos, and I'll probably make quite a few more of those. And I just want to note that I am coming into the summer. So during the summer, it's way harder for me to make ends meet. I tutor during the school year, and that's how I make some of my money on the side. But that is over. So that means I rely on my Patreon. That means I rely on YouTube membership. That means I rely on donations. So if you want to help me make ends meet over the summer and hopefully get me to the point where maybe I can just focus on the channel starting in the next couple semesters or something, then you should go over to my Patreon and become a patron for any amount between like $2 and $20. Same thing if you want to become a YouTube member. There's a bunch of different ones. And also you'll get access to the Anark Discord server, where there's a bunch of really great people. Lastly, as of very recently, I have pledged that 5% of all of my income from Patreon will be pledged directly as a recurring donation to Cooperation Tulsa. Right now, that is, I think, like $80, something like that. But as my Patreon gets bigger, I will pledge more and more money. 5%, that 5% will become a bigger and bigger number the more patrons that I get. And that money will go to, establishing Cooperation Tulsa and creating dual power here in Tulsa. If you want to know more about Cooperation Tulsa and why that matters, you should go to Twitter or Instagram or Facebook and search for Cooperation Tulsa, and you'll find our page. And we're constantly posting updates about what we're doing at Cooperation Tulsa. And I think that's it. Yeah. Anyway, this was a really good stream. I think we got quite a few clips out of that. And I also finished almost this whole mixed drink. Isn't that wonderful? I think that's it for this time, everybody. It was good talking with y'all. I'll see you next time.